Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Midnight Stories. Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I thought it would be nice if everyone could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. All right, let's get comfy, relax, and begin. It had been a perfect day for camping. Clear skies, a warm sun, and the scent of pine filling the air. We were out in the national forest, not too far from the nearest town, but far enough to feel the peace and quiet that only nature can give. The ground was soft underfoot, the trees towering above, and the only sounds were the calls of birds and the occasional rustle of leaves. My friends and I were all excited for the weekend away from everything, to enjoy a few days of hiking, campfires, and laughter. We arrived at our campsite late in the afternoon, the sun already beginning to dip low in the sky. The site was perfect, open, flat, and surrounded by thick forest on all sides. We quickly set up camp, each of us claiming a tent and unloading our gear from the cars. There was no one else around, just us and the wilderness. By the time we finished setting up, the sun had sunk below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle above. The air had cooled, and we gathered around the fire, roasting marshmallows and swapping stories. It was one of those rare nights where everything felt right. The fire crackled and popped, sending occasional sparks into the night sky, and we chatted about everything and nothing. But then, as the night wore on, something felt off. At first, it was subtle. One of my friends, Sam, pointed out a car down the road, parked on a shoulder. It was a dusty old station wagon, one of those vintage models that looked like it hadn't seen a wash in years. The headlights were off, and it wasn't parked in any spot. It was just sitting there, facing our campsite. It wasn't unusual for cars to pass through the area on their way to the nearby trailhead, but this car, it didn't seem to fit. At first, we didn't think much of it. People sometimes drive down to remote campsites, especially in a national forest. Maybe someone was lost or pulling over for a quick break. But the more we looked at the car, the stranger it seemed. It was parked in a weird spot, far enough down the road that it didn't make sense for someone to park there unless they were deliberately choosing to stop. We all kept an eye on it, tried to shake the uneasy feeling growing in the pit of my stomach. Every time I glanced over, the car was still there, just sitting, no movement, just waiting. The fire crackled louder as the night deepened, and we all tried to shake off the strange feeling that had settled over us. We joked about it, laughed it off, but something about that old car just didn't sit right. I couldn't help but stare at it now and then, trying to figure out if I was imagining things. But no, it was definitely still there. I didn't want to be the one to bring it up, but I could feel the same unease spreading to the others. They kept glancing at the car too, as though they were waiting for something to happen. Around midnight, the air felt colder. The fire had started to die down, and we all sat around it in silence, listening to the occasional snap of wood burning. That's when we all heard it, an engine starting up in the distance. At first, I thought it was just another car passing by, maybe someone heading back to the highway. But the sound was too close, too deliberate. It wasn't the sound of a car speeding off. No, it was much slower, as if someone was in no hurry. The old station wagon's headlights flickered on, casting an eerie glow across the trees. The car started moving slowly and then began to creep up the road toward us. My heart started racing. The sound of the tires crunching against the gravel was unnervingly loud in the silence of the night. I don't know why, but it felt like the world had gone still around us. It was as though every living thing had frozen, and the only thing moving was that damn station wagon. It didn't seem right. There was no reason for it to be coming closer to our camp, and yet it was. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. The car came closer, slowly, moving right behind our cars, but it didn't stop. It just idled there, right in the middle of the road, behind our cars, its engine rumbling softly, as though the driver was waiting for something. 5 minutes passed. The sound of the engine was the only thing I could hear. It was so loud in the quiet night that it felt like it was coming from inside my head. My skin was prickling and my mouth was dry. I glanced at my friends, but no one moved. Everyone was frozen, staring at the same thing I was. I wanted to call out, to ask what was going on, but the words wouldn't come. It felt like something was wrong, so deeply wrong, that even breathing too loudly might provoke whatever was out there. The fire seemed to be flickering low now, as though it too was unnerved by the strange presence just outside our camp. The car sat there for what felt like an eternity, its headlights shining down the road and casting long shadows across the trees. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, each thump sounding louder than the last. My thoughts raced, trying to come up with some logical explanation for what was happening. But none came. It wasn't a person looking for a place to camp. It wasn't a ranger. The car finally started to move again. It didn't speed up, though. It slowly turned around, its tires crunching on the gravel. And then, just as quietly as it had arrived, it drove off into the night. The engine sounded distant now, but still I could hear it, slow and deliberate, moving farther down the road. The sound grew quieter and quieter until it was gone completely. The silence that followed was deafening. None of us spoke for a long while, the tension hanging thick in the air. We all sat frozen, staring at the spot where the car had been. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened, but I couldn't come up with anything. No logical explanation made sense. We tried to pretend like everything was fine, but the truth was that none of us could shake the feeling that something had just happened that we couldn't explain. The fire had all but died now, and the night seemed unnaturally quiet. I glanced at the others, but no one made a move to stand or speak. The weight of the silence pressed down on us all, and we just sat there, eyes darting to the trees around us, waiting for something, anything, to break the stillness. It wasn't until well after 1 o'clock that we even thought about trying to sleep. The car's disappearance didn't make us feel safe. In fact, it made the whole night feel even more unnerving. It was like something had been watching us, testing us, and then just left. But why? We eventually crawled into our tents, but sleep didn't come easy. Every noise in the dark made me jump. Branches creaking in the wind, the call of an owl, the rustle of something in the underbrush. I kept my flashlight beside me, my eyes darting to the opening of the tent, expecting to see the headlights of that station wagon shining through at any moment. But nothing came. By morning, the car was gone. The sun had risen, and the woods were quiet once more. We packed up our gear, still on edge, as if we were afraid the same strange car would return. But it didn't. We left the campsite without saying much, the weight of the previous night lingering in the back of our minds. We didn't talk about the car much after that. It was as if bringing it up would make it real, like speaking about it would somehow make whatever had happened more terrifying. But the truth was, none of us ever forgot that night. We all knew something strange had happened, something we couldn't explain, and that feeling stayed with us long after we left the forest. Even now, years later, I still think about that station wagon. The way it moved so slowly, the way it waited, and the way, when it was gone, everything felt wrong. The woods never felt the same to me again, and I'm not sure I'll ever be able to shake that feeling of being watched. I was deep in the Sierra Nevada, at one of those backcountry sites that takes a full day's hike to reach. No cell service, no road noise, just the high alpine air and the constant hum of nature. It was early September, late enough in the season that the nights dropped cold, but early enough that snow hadn't come in yet. I had set up camp in a clearing just above a small lake. I remember it well. Crisp blue water, granite ridges towering on every side, and golden light filtering through the trees as I cooked dinner on my tiny stove. I'd hiked about 12 miles that day, and by nightfall I was worn out in that good way that only comes from real effort. I sat on my folding camp chair while I ate just some dehydrated chili mac and hot tea, nothing fancy. As the sun dipped behind the ridge, I watched the pinks and purples of the sky fade out. The wind died with the light, and the forest grew still. I put on my down jacket and sat in silence a while longer, watching the stars come out one by one. I must have stayed in that chair until just after 10, just sitting and breathing and listening. It was one of those rare moments where everything felt perfect. The world was quiet, and I was where I needed to be. Eventually, I packed up, brushed my teeth, and stashed the food and toiletries in my bear canister, then tucked it away down the slope about 100 feet from camp behind some boulders. I double-checked my perimeter, no wrappers or scraps, and crawled into the tent. I remember the coolness of the sleeping bag when I first got in, how the down settled around me. I kept my headlamp near my pillow and my boots just inside the vestibule. The chair was folded out near the fire ring, not far from the front of my tent. I didn't fall asleep right away. I was tired, but my mind was still moving, running through memories of the trail, thinking about the ridgeline I'd be climbing tomorrow. I could hear the soft chitter of something small, maybe a pika or a chipmunk, off in the distance. Then silence. For a long time, there was just the occasional rustle of wind in the trees. The kind of quiet that isn't really quiet because the forest is always doing something. I must have drifted off somewhere around 11. The kind of sleep that feels like falling into a deep, cold lake. No dreams, just blackness. Then I heard the chair. It was subtle at first, just the tiniest creak, like when you first sit down and the fabric stretches a little, but no weight was really on it yet. I opened my eyes. My tent was still, the fabric around the vestibule gently rising and falling with my breath. I waited. Nothing. Just the same faint noises of the forest. I told myself it could have been anything. Maybe the fabric of the chair shifting from the cold, or a squirrel messing around. But I didn't hear any scurrying. I listened harder. Another creak, this time unmistakable. Slower, like someone leaning back just a little. It was the unmistakable sound of that chair moving. I froze. My eyes were open now, staring at the ceiling of the tent. I didn't move for a full minute, maybe more. My ears strained for anything. Footsteps, a sniff, a breath, but nothing came. Just that soft, rhythmic sound of the chair slowly rocking. It creaked again, and again, slowly, like someone was sitting there, calmly swaying back and forth. I finally sat up, heart starting to thud in my chest. I reached quietly for the headlamp and clicked it on, keeping it pointed at the floor of the tent to avoid lighting myself up like a beacon. I pulled on my boots without tying them. My knife was in the pack next to me, but I didn't go for it. I wasn't thinking weapons yet. I was still telling myself maybe it was a deer or even the wind. But the air outside was dead still. I knew that. I unzipped the inner flap of the tent, then the vestibule, trying to be quick but quiet. When I finally stepped out, my light immediately hit the chair. It was rocking, just slightly, back and forth. The legs tapped the dirt gently each time it tipped. There was nothing in it. No person, no animal. I swept the light around in a wide arc, nothing. The fire ring was undisturbed. No footprints in the dust around the chair. The trees around the site loomed tall and still, casting long shadows in the beam of my headlamp. I turned the light off. I wanted to hear. Silence. Then a rustle. Not close, maybe 20 yards off, down near the slope that led to the bear can. I froze again, my ears reaching into the dark. Another rustle, then silence. Could have been a deer, I thought, or a raccoon. But raccoons don't rock chairs. And deer don't usually come that close to people unless you've been feeding them, which I hadn't. My food was sealed and stored, not a scrap left out. I turned the light back on and walked slowly around the campsite, scanning every direction. The woods were empty. No glowing eyes, no animal shapes. The air was cold on my face, and I could feel the stillness deep in my bones. I walked over to the chair, placed a hand on it. Still warm. The fabric wasn't warm like a person had been there, but it wasn't cold like it had sat untouched in the night either. My fingers trembled a little as I checked the legs. No signs of pressure, no prints beneath it. The only tracks were mine from earlier that evening. I turned in a slow circle, checking the tree line again. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, but there was nothing to see. Just towering pines and smooth stone and darkness. After a full sweep of the area, I made a decision. I picked up the chair, folded it, and locked it tight. Then I shoved it under the vestibule of the tent with me, just to get out of sight. I zipped everything shut and sat inside the tent for a long time, just listening. I didn't climb back into the sleeping bag for over an hour. Eventually, I did fall asleep, but it was a light sleep. Every little noise outside made my body tense. Once or twice I thought I heard movement in the brush, but it was too soft to be sure. No more creaking, just occasional rustles and the deep, eerie silence between them. At first light, I got up and packed camp faster than I ever had before. I checked the area again, carefully this time, now that I had full visibility. I didn't see anything unusual. No prints, no signs of a person or a large animal. My bear was untouched. Everything was exactly where it should have been. I hiked out, glancing back over my shoulder more than once. I didn't stop for water until I was 3 miles down the trail and well below the ridgeline. I didn't feel safe until I could hear distant traffic on the road leading into the trailhead. For days, I kept turning it over in my mind. There's no good explanation. The chair didn't just move on its own. It wasn't windy, and nothing else in camp shifted or fell over. I didn't hallucinate it. I was wide awake when I saw it rocking, but there was nothing there. Best I can figure, someone was out there with me. Maybe a transient, someone living rough in the backcountry, moving quiet and careful. Maybe they were just passing through and got curious when they saw my camp. Maybe they sat in the chair while I slept, just for a minute. Maybe they were watching me, or maybe they were waiting for something. That's what gets me, the not knowing. Whoever it was, they didn't take anything. They didn't make a sound. They didn't show themselves. But they were close enough to sit in my chair, close enough to touch my gear, close enough to watch me sleep. It shook me up more than I expected. I've been camping alone for years. I'm used to wildlife, to storms, to tough terrain and long nights. But that night in that silent forest, knowing someone had been so close without me hearing a thing, it changed something. I still camp alone sometimes, but I never leave gear out anymore. I keep everything packed tight, and I sleep lighter. I burn a motion alarm when I remember. I always place my back to a rock wall if I can. I mark the perimeter with a headlamp beam and memorize it before I zip up for the night. And every time I sit in my camp chair now, I think about that creak, that slow, deliberate rocking in the dark. And I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't woken up. Or worse, if I had stepped out just 1 minute sooner. If I had caught them in the act. If they hadn't wanted to be seen. Because whoever it was, they were quiet, careful, patient, and they were watching. I don't know what made me venture off the trail that day. The sun had just dipped behind the trees, casting the whole forest in shades of orange and purple. I was solo hiking in the backcountry of Washington, a few miles north of Mount Rainier, feeling pretty good about myself. I've been on the trail for 3 days, taking my time, soaking in the silence. I had my pack, my gear, and a sense of peace that you only get from being out in the wilderness, away from everything. But that peace didn't last. There's something about being alone in the woods for a while that starts to mess with your mind. You start noticing things that aren't there, sounds that don't belong. But I hadn't expected anything like this. It was the smell that hit me first. A sour, rotting stench, like meat gone bad. It wasn't strong, just faint, but enough to make my stomach turn. I stopped and sniffed the air, trying to place it. I was at the edge of a dense thicket, a place where I had just passed a small creek. The ground was wet, the trail soft, and the air thick with the smell of wet earth and pine. I looked around, scanning the trees. That's when I saw it. In the distance, about 20 yards away, a tarp was strung between 2 large cedar trees. At first, I thought it was just someone's shelter, maybe a hiker who had set up camp. But something about it felt off. The tarp was stretched tight, not the kind of shelter you'd set up for a short stop. It was permanent, or at least it looked that way. A patchwork of different colored tarps and blankets had been sewn together, but the edges were frayed and dirty, as if they had been there for years. It wasn't like any shelter I had seen before, especially not in the backcountry. Curiosity got the better of me, and against my better judgment, I made my way toward it. The closer I got, the more details I could see. The tarp wasn't just a shelter, it was a home of sorts. I could see blankets piled on the ground, some of them so old that they looked like they had been there for months. There were half-eaten cans of food, most of them rotting and covered in flies. Knives had been driven into the stumps of nearby trees, the blades gleaming dully in the dimming light. They weren't tools I recognized, just rusty, grimy knives that had been hammered into the bark, as if to stake a claim or mark territory. I stopped a few feet away, trying to get a better look. There was something else, something that made my skin crawl. A small wooden box sat in the corner of the shelter, open, and inside, I could see what looked like a journal. I was about to walk over to it when I saw the cover. It wasn't a journal in the normal sense. The pages inside weren't filled with writing. Instead, there were strange symbols, lines and squiggles that made no sense, almost like something out of a fever dream. They weren't random either. It looked intentional, but there was no way to figure out what they meant. I took a step back, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I had no idea who had been living here, but the whole setup felt wrong. It felt like something that had been built with purpose, but not by anyone who was living a normal life. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I had just stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see. I knew I needed to leave, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the shelter. It wasn't just a place that felt off, it was the air around it, thick with tension, like the forest was holding its breath. I slowly turned around to leave, but that's when I heard it. The sound was faint at first, almost inaudible over the rustling of the trees. It was a soft, rhythmic sound like something heavy stepping on soft ground. I stopped, holding my breath, and listened. It was coming from behind me. I couldn't tell what it was at first, but the more I focused, the more I realized that it was getting closer. The ground was wet, so I couldn't hear footsteps, but the sound was unmistakable. Something was walking around my camp. I was alone. The thought hit me like a punch in the gut. There shouldn't be anyone out here this far from the trail. The forest was too thick for anyone to be out here without making noise. But there was again, slow, heavy breathing, the kind that sounds too deep to be human. I took a few steps back, trying to get a better look, but the darkness was closing in fast. The sound stopped for a moment, and I felt a surge of hope. Maybe it was just an animal, I thought. Maybe it was nothing. But then it started again. The breathing, low and steady, circling my camp. I didn't dare move, too afraid that if I made a sound, I'd give myself away. I stood there, frozen, listening. It felt like it was toying with me, walking around the perimeter of my campsite and then stopping, only to start again in another direction. I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been minutes, or it could have been hours. The breathing never stopped, just circled around me like some kind of predator, closing in without ever getting too close. I could feel it watching me, even though I couldn't see anything. Finally, I made a decision. I wasn't going to wait around to find out what it was. I grabbed my pack and quietly started to back away, keeping my eyes on the dark shapes around me. Every step felt like it might be my last. The breathing followed, still keeping its distance, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was waiting for me to make a mistake. I didn't want to risk it. I didn't run, but I moved quickly, not daring to look back. The entire forest felt alive with something I couldn't see, something I couldn't understand. I didn't want to know what it was. By the time I made it back to the main trail, the sun had long since set, and the light was fading fast. I didn't stop to set up camp, didn't take a breath. I just kept walking fast with my heart pounding in my chest. The sound of the breathing faded behind me, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I couldn't shake it. It felt like the forest itself had eyes that were still tracking me, even as I left. I didn't report what I had found. I didn't tell anyone about the shelter or the knives or the journal with the symbols. I didn't even tell anyone about the thing that had circled my camp. Part of me felt like it wasn't my place to tell. Maybe it was someone else's territory out there. Maybe someone's place that had been forgotten by time. But part of me also knew that if I told anyone, they'd think I was crazy. And I couldn't take that chance. I still don't know what was out there. I don't know who had been living in that shelter or why it felt so wrong. I don't know if what I heard was an animal or something else entirely. But I do know one thing. I'll never forget the feeling of being watched in that empty, silent forest, and I'll never go back to that spot. No matter what, I never want to find out what else is hiding out there in the woods. In 2016, my girlfriend and I went on a weekend camping trip to the Catskills. We were both living in the city at the time, Brooklyn, so we were down to get away from the noise, the constant buzz, the traffic, everything. She had just finished a rough week at her job, and I'd been working double shifts. We needed the mountains. We left early on a Friday morning, packed up our gear the night before. Basic stuff: two-person tent, down bags, a small stove, freeze-dried meals, headlamps, a water filter, first aid kit. We were both experienced hikers and campers. I'd grown up in upstate New York and spent a lot of time outdoors. She was originally from Colorado and knew her way around wilderness too. We weren't amateurs. We parked at a quiet trailhead near Slide Mountain. There were no other vehicles there when we arrived, and it was already close to noon. It was a bit odd since it was a perfect September day. Clear skies, cool air, the trees just started to turn. Still, we didn't mind the solitude. That was the point. We hiked in about 5 or 6 miles, took our time. The trail followed a ridge line for a while, and then dropped down into a shallow valley with a stream cutting through it. That's where we decided to camp. It was flat, a little overgrown with ferns, but with just enough space for our tent. The creek was maybe 30 feet from where we pitched camp, shallow and clear, tumbling over rocks, making that peaceful white noise that helps you sleep. We spent the rest of the day filtering water, cooking a simple meal, and walking a little farther up the trail without our packs. We didn't see a single person. No boot tracks, no voices in the distance, no wrappers on the ground, nothing. That night, we sat by the creek, drank some hot tea, and just listened. It was quiet in a way the city never is. Total darkness. No planes overhead, no sirens, no headlights on distant roads. Just wind moving through the trees and the water trickling by. We went to bed around 10, maybe a little later. The tent was just wide enough for us to lie shoulder to shoulder. She fell asleep almost immediately. I laid there for a while, eyes open, watching the shape of the rainfly move gently in the breeze. I could hear the occasional creak of the trees as they shifted, but nothing unusual. Eventually, I drifted off. At some point, I woke up. It was still dark, pitch black. I rolled over and checked my watch. 3:12 a.m. I remember the exact time. The reason I woke up was the sound. At first, it didn't make sense. It wasn't loud, just faint, but strange. It sounded like kids playing. That high-pitched giggling. Bare feet running through wet leaves and across rocks. Fast, light footsteps. Splashing. Little splashes like someone hopping from stone to stone in the creek. I laid there completely still, eyes wide, listening. I thought maybe I was dreaming at first. That hazy line between dreaming and waking where your mind plays tricks. But I was awake, completely awake. I nudged my girlfriend gently. She stirred but didn't open her eyes. I didn't push it. I didn't want to panic her. I kept listening. The sounds didn't go away. The laughter wasn't wild or scary. It sounded like actual kids, maybe 6 or 7 years old. It was playful, but that's what made it wrong. We were miles from the nearest road. We hadn't seen another soul all day. There was no one camping nearby, no cabins, no towns close enough to explain it. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 short bursts. The noise went on like a game was being played, hide and seek or tag. You'd hear quick footsteps dash behind the tent, then giggling from the other side of the creek. Then silence. Then another splash, another laugh. I slowly sat up. I didn't unzip the tent right away. I wanted to be absolutely sure I was hearing what I thought I was. I reached for my headlamp, but didn't turn it on. I knew the beam would give away our exact location. Not that we were hiding, but I suddenly felt like I didn't want whoever was out there to know we were watching. The moment I touched the zipper and slowly started to open it, the sound stopped. All of it. Not a single footstep. No splashing. No laughter. Just dead silence. It was so sudden it made my skin crawl. I unzipped the rainfly halfway and looked out. The moon was low but bright enough to see the outline of the trees and the silver surface of the creek. There was nothing there. No movement. No figures. I leaned out further, scanned the woods around our tent. Still nothing. I slipped out of the tent as quietly as I could. The ground was cold under my feet. I didn't put on shoes. Just stood there in my socks, holding my breath, ears straining. I looked for tracks in the soft dirt around the tent. Nothing. The creek ran calmly. There were no ripples or signs anyone had stepped in it recently. The ferns near our tent hadn't been trampled. Nothing looked disturbed. I stood out there for maybe 5 minutes. I felt like I was being watched. Not in a paranoid way. Just that creepy feeling you get sometimes like eyes are on you and you can't prove it. My girlfriend shifted in the tent, and and I went back in, zipped it up again, and laid down. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, just laid there staring at the roof of the tent. When morning came, we got up and made coffee. I didn't say anything at first. I didn't want to color her experience or make her think I was messing with her. But she looked at me and said, "You were up last night. I heard you get out. Was something wrong?" I hesitated, then told her everything. She went quiet and listened all the way through. Then she said she hadn't heard anything, but she'd had a strange dream that she couldn't remember clearly. Something about children laughing. She didn't know if she had really heard it or just dreamed it, but the timing matched. We checked around the tent again in the daylight. Still no signs of people, no small footprints, no trash, no disturbed earth. We even walked a little up and downstream, just to check. The forest was quiet again, peaceful even. It didn't make any sense. We stayed one more night. Part of me didn't want to, but neither of us really believed it was anything to be scared of. We told ourselves it was probably animals, foxes or coyotes or raccoons. But none of that explained the laughter, or how it sounded so much like kids. That second night was quiet, not a single unusual sound. We packed up in the morning and hiked back to the car. Still no other vehicles at the trailhead. We drove back to the city in silence for the first hour, both of us lost in thought. I didn't bring it up again for weeks. Months later, I was talking to a guy I knew through work. He was older, maybe mid-60s, used to hunt all through the Catskills in the 80s and 90s. I casually asked him if he ever camped near Slide Mountain. He said yeah, a few times. I asked if he ever heard anything weird. He looked at me for a long moment and said, yeah, but nothing I ever could explain. Then he changed the subject. I've been back to the Catskills since then, camped in other areas, but I've never returned to that exact spot. I looked at it on the map once, trying to pin down where we were. It's just a patch of forest. No history of missing people, no known campsites, no ghost stories attached to it. Just woods and water. I still think about it sometimes. I try to break it down logically. Could the sounds have been carried from far away by the wind? Could it have been some small animal that just sounded like kids? Could someone have been out there messing with us? Maybe. But then why no tracks, no gear, no lights, no evidence at all? It's the only time I've ever felt something was off in the woods that I couldn't explain. Not supernatural, just off. Like we brushed up against something we weren't supposed to witness. Something wild and ancient and indifferent to whether we believed in it or not. It didn't follow us. Nothing bad happened. We made it home fine. But that night is burned into my memory. More than any bear encounter. More than any whiteout storm or near miss. Because it didn't make sense. And I still have no explanation that feels right. Whatever it was, it didn't want to be seen. And the second I looked, it vanished. That part still gives me chills. Not the laughter, not the splashing, just that sudden, perfect silence. Like whatever was there had been watching us the whole time, and didn't want to be caught. It was supposed to be just another quiet night camping in northern Arizona. The sun had set hours ago, and the sky was clear with a scattering of stars that seemed to glitter from above like 1,000 eyes watching over me. I had hiked in earlier that day, far off the beaten path, to find a secluded spot that felt as remote as I could manage. The air was crisp, cool enough to make the fleece jacket I wore feel like a relief, but not cold enough to make me uncomfortable. I liked it here. I'd set up camp beside a narrow, dry creek bed that ran through the valley, surrounded by the dense pines and scrub brush that seemed to go on for miles. There was no one else around for miles. The only sounds were the occasional creak of a tree as the wind moved through them, the rustle of leaves, and the distant call of some nocturnal animal that I couldn't quite place. It was peaceful, and that's what I was after, just a few days of solitude, away from the noise of city life. I made dinner, a quick freeze-dried meal, and then sat by the fire, watching the embers slowly fade to glowing coals. After a while, the fire had burned down enough that I could no longer justify sitting there, so I crawled into the tent. The temperature was dropping quickly, and I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag, feeling the warm fabric pull me into its comforting embrace. For a while, everything was fine. I could hear the faint rustle of the trees outside, and occasionally the chirp of a cricket or the sound of a twig snapping under the weight of an animal. But then, as I was lying there in the dark, just started to drift off to sleep, I heard something else. It was a whisper, low but distinct, coming from outside the tent. I wasn't sure if I had imagined it first, but then it came again, soft, almost like a voice, but not quite clear enough to make out any words. It wasn't the wind. The wind had its own rhythm, a kind of steady rustling, but this was different. It was rhythmic like a chant, repeating itself over and over again. Every few seconds, it would start again, just loud enough for me to hear it clearly through the fabric of the tent. I froze. At first, I told myself it was just the wind playing tricks, maybe a breeze pushing through some leaves or the rustling of a critter in the underbrush. But the sound, the pattern, didn't match anything I'd ever heard in the woods before. It was too deliberate. I stayed still, listening harder, trying to make sense of it. The chant was the same each time, the same cadence, like a whispering voice circling the tent, never growing louder or quieter, never more distant. The rhythm of it was hypnotic, almost like it was designed to draw you in. It must have gone on for what felt like an eternity, though in reality, it could have only been a few minutes. My mind raced. I considered all the possibilities. Maybe there was someone else out there. Maybe another camper was out in the woods, doing something weird or creepy. Maybe there was some kind of animal making a strange sound. But then again, I didn't know of any animal in this area that could produce a sound like that. And as far as I knew, I was the only one in these woods for miles around. I was starting to get a little anxious. I kept telling myself that I was being paranoid. There was no reason to be afraid. I had camped in places far more isolated than this and had never experienced anything remotely like this. The whispering stopped suddenly, cutting off in mid-chant. The abrupt silence that followed was almost worse than the sound itself. My heart started to pound in my chest, and I found myself holding my breath, straining to hear any other sound that might explain what was happening. But there was nothing. No wind, no rustling leaves, no animals, just pure cold silence. I waited. A few seconds stretched into minutes, but nothing happened. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. The air around me felt thick, heavy with tension. I was starting to feel uneasy, not just about the noise, but the sheer weight of the quiet that followed. It felt like I was waiting for something I couldn't see or understand. It took everything I had to force myself out of the tent. But I had to. I couldn't stay in there anymore, lying still, trying to ignore the nagging feeling that something was wrong. Something deep inside of me wanted to know what was out there, even if I didn't want to find it. I unzipped the door slowly, trying not to make a sound, and poked my head out. The night was still. The campfire had long since died, leaving behind only faintly glowing embers, casting soft shadows on the ground. The trees loomed around me like dark sentinels, their branches moving gently in the wind. But there was no whispering, no sounds at all. I stepped out of the tent, feeling the cold ground under my boots. I scanned the area, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, trying to make out any movement, any shape that wasn't supposed to be there. There was nothing, no one. I stood there for a long time, just listening, trying to make sense of it all. I half expected to hear the whispering again, but it didn't come. Not then. The only thing I could hear was the occasional snap of a twig from the woods and the wind whispering through the pines. Eventually, I made my way around the perimeter of the camp, walking the same path that I'd taken earlier when I set up. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone being here but me. No strange disturbances in the dirt or anything that could explain the sound. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, though. That sensation crept up on me slowly, like a shadow slipping just out of view. It wasn't paranoia, it felt real. As if there was something out there, just beyond the trees, waiting. But still, there was nothing. Just the woods. Just the darkness. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm my nerves. I reminded myself that this was just my mind running wild. The dark, isolated places of the world have a way of playing tricks on you. I was just spooked. I had to shake it off. So, after a few more minutes of scanning the area, I returned to the campfire pit and sat down. I tried to tell myself I was being foolish, that there was nothing to be afraid of. The silence around me was different now. It wasn't oppressive or heavy. It was just the normal quiet of the woods at night. It was peaceful. I crawled back into the tent, zipped up the door, and tried to settle in. I laid there for what felt like an eternity, but the whispering never came back. It was as though the forest had returned to its usual rhythm, the occasional breeze making the trees sway, the distant calls of night animals echoing through the valley. Eventually, I fell asleep. It was a fitful sleep, but I slept. The strange whispering never came back. The next morning, I woke up to the bright sunlight streaming through the trees, and the camp felt normal again. Just another peaceful day in the woods. I packed up my things, leaving no trace behind, and started my hike out of the valley. As I walked, I couldn't stop thinking about the night before. The whispering, the unease, the strange sensation of being watched. But there were no answers, no signs, just a quiet. I never did figure out what happened that night. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe it was the isolation, the eerie quiet of the desert night, messing with my perception. But something told me that I'd never really be sure. I left the valley that day and continued my hike, but the feeling that something was watching me, waiting just out of sight, stayed with me for the rest of the trip. It didn't change anything. I still loved the wilderness, still found peace in the isolation. But every time I set up camp in the woods after that, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Not really. I had been on the road for a few days, just moving through the desert with no real destination. I like the quiet of the desert at night. It's clean, it's dry, and when the sun goes down, the whole world seems to hold its breath. That evening, I pulled off a dirt road outside of Tonopah. I knew from my map that there was some dispersed camping allowed out there, Bureau of Land Management land. No one around for miles most of the time. I had a GPS unit and some downloaded topo maps, and I'd marked a flat spot a few miles out that looked good for camping. It was remote, and I figured I'd get there just after dark. I didn't mind hiking in at night. Sometimes I preferred it. The air cools down and the stars come out. And if you're careful, it's peaceful in a way daytime never is. I parked my car to pull off near the road, threw on my pack, and started the hike in. It was just past 8 p.m. when I started walking. The light was fading, but there was still enough to see the trail at first. The path wasn't well defined, just a vague impression in the dirt from past hikers or maybe ranchers, but I had the route loaded on my GPS. As the night came down, I switched on my headlamp and kept a steady pace. My boots scuffed along the rocky dirt, and every now and then I had to slow down to pick my way across loose stone or a dry wash. About an hour in, I paused for water and checked my position. I was about a mile from the spot I planned to camp at. It was so quiet out there. No wind, no bugs, no animals that I could hear. Just my breathing, my footsteps, and the crunch of my boots on dirt. Then, as I rounded a shallow ridge, I noticed something strange ahead. A faint orange glow, flickering low over a rise, maybe half a mile away. At first, I thought it might be the moon rising, or maybe a headlamp with a red filter. But as I moved a little closer, I realized it was a fire. A real one. Campfire-sized, steady and bright. It was where I'd planned to camp. That was odd. I hadn't seen another car when I parked, and I'd picked that spot precisely because it was far enough from the road that most people wouldn't bother with it. I figured someone else had gotten there before me. Not a big deal. It's public land. I could share space if I had to, or pick another spot nearby. Still, I didn't want to surprise anyone, especially at night. People could be jumpy out in the dark. So I slowed my pace and switched my headlamp to its lowest setting, shielding it with my hand. I moved up the ridge carefully, using the rocks and brush as cover, not to hide, just to be respectful. I didn't want to walk right up on someone in the dark. When I got to the top of the ridge, I crouched behind a large boulder and looked down. That's when I saw them. 5 people standing around the fire. Not sitting, not cooking, not talking. Just standing. Each one perfectly still, facing the flames. The fire wasn't big, just a small controlled burn of mesquite and deadfall. Enough to cast long shadows out across the rocky ground. But the shadows didn't move. The people didn't move. I watched for maybe a full minute, waiting for someone to adjust their stance, shift their weight, scratch an itch. Nothing. They weren't close together, either. They were spaced evenly around the fire, like points on a circle. Arms at their sides, head straight ahead, like statues. I couldn't make out much detail, just outlines and posture. But from the way they stood, it looked like they were adults. All of them. One looked taller than the others, maybe a man, but I couldn't tell. No one had a flashlight. No tents. No coolers. No chairs. Just those 5 figures and the fire between them. A strange feeling settled into my chest. It wasn't fear exactly, more like a tightening. Like my body knew something was wrong before my mind could name it. I stayed low and watched longer than I probably should have. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes total. And not once did any of them so much as flinch. No one looked at anyone else. No one looked away from the fire. No one spoke. I remember trying to come up with a reason for what I was seeing. Maybe it was some sort of ritual. Maybe they were on psychedelics and frozen in some weird trance. Maybe it was a memorial. Maybe they'd lost someone and were having a moment of silence. I tried to convince myself it was something that made sense, something that wasn't dangerous. But the longer I stood there watching, the more the unease built. I've been around campfires my whole life. This wasn't right. I slowly backed down from the ridge. I didn't turn my headlamp back on. I moved carefully, checking my GPS by dimming the screen and shielding it with my hand. I could see just enough to follow my own tracks back the way I came. I kept expecting to hear a voice call out or see one of the figures move up the hill toward me. But nothing came. After I was a few hundred yards away, I started moving faster. Not running, but close to it. The night air felt colder. My breathing got louder in my ears. Every rock scrape sounded like footsteps behind me. I hiked that whole 4 miles back to my car with my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. I never saw another light out there. Never heard a vehicle. Never heard anything at all, really. Just my own movements and the sound of the desert. When I finally got back to the turnout, I yanked open the car door, threw my pack in the back seat, and slammed it shut. I sat behind the wheel for a few minutes, trying to slow my breathing. The interior was still warm from the afternoon sun. The windshield reflected a faint silver from the stars above. Everything looked normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stepped sideways into something I shouldn't have seen. I didn't bother setting up camp again. I locked the doors, reclined the seat, and pulled a blanket over myself. I didn't sleep much. My ears kept straining for any sound outside. Sometimes I thought I heard gravel shifting or wind across the dirt, but nothing definite. Just noise in the quiet. I kept my knife on my chest and my boots on all night. When the sun came up, the desert looked exactly the way it always did. Dry, empty, open. I sat up, stretched, and made some instant coffee with my camp stove on the tailgate. I told myself I'd imagined it. Told myself I was tired, maybe spooked by the dark and the shadows. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. Later that morning, I checked my maps again. I thought about hiking back to that spot in the daylight, just to see if there was any sign of the people or the fire. But I didn't. I didn't want to see it in the daylight. I didn't want to know what kind of people stand around a fire in total silence all night long without moving once. I drove back to the highway and kept going west. I've camped a lot since then, in forests, deserts, mountains. I've had my share of odd moments, creepy sounds, animal encounters, even some sketchy people. But I've never seen anything like that night in Nevada. I never talk about it around other campers. I don't want to hear what they think it was. I don't want guesses. I don't need explanations. Some things you just leave alone. Some campsites you just let stay empty. I had been planning this solo trip for a while. The idea was simple. Get away from people, find some quiet, and spend a few nights camping in the Rockies before winter fully set in. I figured late fall would give me that perfect balance. Fewer people, still passable trails, and just enough cold to remind me where I was. The trail I picked wasn't too remote, but far enough that I knew I wouldn't hear anyone's generator or car doors slamming in the night. I parked a small pull-off, checked my gear one last time, and started walking in. I'd hiked this area before during summer, but never this late in the season. The first day was mostly uphill, switchbacks winding through bare trees and patches of icy ground where snowmelt had refrozen. The wind had that dry, sharp edge to it, like it had been slicing across miles of empty sky. I saw a few animal tracks, mostly elk and deer, but nothing fresh. I didn't hear birds, no other hikers, just the crunch of my boots, the steady sound of my breath, and the occasional creak of an old pine tree leaning too far into the wind. I liked that. It felt like I had the whole world to myself. By late afternoon, I found a spot off trail, tucked just below a small ridge, with a flat clearing for the tent and a few large rocks to block the wind. The ground was frozen in spots, soft in others where the sun had hit it just right. I set up camp, made sure everything was staked tight, and gathered what little deadfall I could find for a small fire. The air had that strange stillness to it that happens when the weather is on the edge of turning, like the forest is holding its breath. I kept telling myself it was just the season, animals getting scarce, trees holding on to their last warmth. That night, I didn't bother with a fire. The wind picked up, and I didn't want the smoke drawing attention. Besides, I was tired. I ate a quick dinner from my stove, zipped everything up, and crawled into my sleeping bag. My tent was a reliable one, four-season, low to the ground, and tight against the wind. I'd camped in worse. I remember lying there, staring at the roof of the tent, hearing the wind tug at the fabric, thinking about how far I was from home. I must have fallen asleep pretty quick. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, not to a sound, but to a feeling. That's what struck me most at first, how quiet everything was. No wind, no creaking trees, just silence, the kind that presses in around you. And then I felt it. The floor of the tent shifted beneath me. Not like the whole thing moved, just a small section, right under where my legs were. It lifted just slightly, like something was underneath it, not pressing from above or outside, but from below. At first, I didn't move. I just lay there, eyes open, body frozen. My first thought was that I was dreaming, that I'd rolled in my sleep and somehow imagined it. But then it happened again, slower this time. A lift, a shift, maybe an inch of movement, enough to feel the air change beneath the floor. I pressed down with my foot. It stopped. I stayed like that, frozen in place, my hand gripping the inside of the sleeping bag. I didn't hear anything. No digging, no breathing, no footsteps. Just that tight silence, like the world had been sucked dry. I waited. Minutes passed. Maybe more. I couldn't tell. Time gets weird when you're scared like that. Everything stretches. I kept listening, kept watching the tent walls for shadows or movement, but there was nothing. Then it happened again, this time closer to my hips. Just a gentle rise, the fabric of the floor pulling up slightly, like a slow breath underneath me. I didn't move. I didn't press down this time. I just lay there, staring into the dark, trying to keep my breathing quiet. I thought about leaving, unzipping the bag, pulling on my boots and running for the trail. But that meant unzipping the tent, getting out into the cold, and not knowing what the hell was under me, or where it might pop up next. I didn't like the idea of stepping onto the ground, not with the way it was acting, so I stayed. For hours. At some point, the cold started to get through the bag, even with the insulation. My shoulders ached from not moving. My jaw hurt from clenching, but I didn't move. Every now and then, I felt another shift. Not regular. Sometimes 10 minutes apart, sometimes longer. Each time it felt a little different. Sometimes farther away, sometimes right under me. Like whatever it was testing, moving around slowly, but not enough to make a sound. When the sky finally started to get light, I didn't wait. I unzipped the bag, grabbed my boots, and slipped them on without tying the laces. I threw open the tent flap and stepped out into the cold morning air. Frost covered the ground in a thin sheet, crunching underfoot. The sun wasn't up yet, but the light was enough to see by. I looked around the clearing first. Nothing. No tracks, no broken branches, no signs of animals. Then I walked around the tent. The side nearest the ridge looked undisturbed. But when I circled to the far side, where the ground sloped slightly down toward the trees, I saw them. Gouges. Long, uneven gouges torn through the frozen topsoil. Not from a shovel or a stick. These weren't clean. The edges were rough, curled up and broken like something had clawed at the earth, trying to get through. There were 4 of them, maybe 2 feet apart, angled slightly toward the center of where my tent had been. I pulled the stakes and moved the tent off the spot. The ground underneath looked worse. The gouges continued, crisscrossing under where I'd been sleeping, some deeper than others. The frozen earth had been dug through in layers, each mark deeper than the last. I could see where something had scraped, pushed, pulled. There were no footprints. Nothing to say what kind of animal, if it was an animal. I stared at it for a long time. It didn't make sense. Nothing I'd ever seen acted like that. No bear would dig like that and then leave. No badger or small predator would come at it from below without making noise. And nothing that burrows would do it so silently, so focused on one spot, my tent. I packed up fast, shoved the gear into my pack, folded the tent without brushing it off, and got moving. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I just started walking. The whole way down, I kept looking over my shoulder, listening. Every sound in the woods felt sharp. Every gust of wind felt like something creeping up behind me. I made it to the trailhead by early afternoon. The sun was out by then, but it didn't warm me. I threw the pack in the back of the car and sat behind the wheel for a long time before I started it, trying to make sense of it. Later that night, after I got home and unpacked, I looked up every animal I could think of. Bear, mountain lion, coyote, wolverine, even porcupine. Nothing matched the behavior. No creature I found would dig quietly under a tent, make multiple attempts, and then disappear without a trace. I thought about telling someone. Park services, maybe. But what would I say? That the ground moved under me in the night, and something left claw marks beneath my tent? I knew how it would sound. I barely believed it myself. Still, I haven't been back there. Not to that spot. I've done other hikes since, stayed out in colder places, rougher terrain. But I've never camped in that kind of silence again. Not in late fall, not that deep in the woods. And I don't sleep through the night anymore. I still wake up sometimes in my tent, heart racing, waiting for the floor to lift again. It hasn't. Not yet. But I always check the ground in the morning. Every time, just in case. Because something was there that night. Something moved the earth. Something came looking. And whatever it was smart enough not to be seen, but strong enough to leave marks in frozen ground. I don't know what it wanted, but it knew where I was. And I think it knew I was awake. It was late fall when I set off on my solo hike through the Smoky Mountains. I've been planning this trip for months, a few days of peaceful time away from the world. I'd hiked the trail before, but never alone, and there was something appealing about the solitude. The trail was quiet, just the sound of my boots crunching on the leaves and the occasional call of a bird overhead. The deeper I went into the forest, the more the noise from civilization faded away, until there was nothing but the soft rustling of trees and the wind and the gentle gurgle of the creek. I didn't have a specific destination in mind, just a general idea of where I want to camp. As I walked, I kept an eye out for a good spot, flat ground, preferably near a water source. Around dusk, I found a little clearing by a creek that seemed perfect. The creek wasn't deep, but the sound of the water flowing over rocks was soothing, and the ground was soft with fallen leaves. I set up my tent and unrolled my sleeping bag, enjoying the simple peace of the place. The air had a crisp chill to it, but it was nothing I couldn't handle. By the time the sun had set, I was wrapped up in my sleeping bag, the warmth of the fire I'd made fading to a low glow. I ate the last of my trail mix, staring into the fire for a while, letting my mind wander. The stars were out in full force, the night sky clear and vast above me. There was something magical about the quiet of the mountains at night, the kind of quiet you can't get in the city. I was alone with the wilderness, and it felt right peaceful. But as I lay in the dark, drifting off to sleep, I started hearing things. At first, it was just the normal sounds of the forest, the wind, the rustling leaves, the occasional animal moving through the underbrush. But then I heard something that didn't quite fit. Footsteps, not the kind of random scurrying of animals, but the heavy, deliberate steps of a person walking along the trail. They weren't fast, but they were steady, slow. My heart rate kicked up as I lay still, listening. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they stopped right outside my tent. my breath caught in my throat. I held still, trying to keep my mind calm. Maybe it was just a hiker, someone else out here on the trail. But no one had passed me earlier in the day, and I hadn't seen anyone for miles. I lay in the darkness, straining my ears. Nothing. I swallowed hard, trying to reassure myself. It had to be nothing. Maybe an animal, maybe the wind shifting things around. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. My mind started to race, my thoughts spiraling with all the worst-case scenarios. Was someone out there? Should I call out? Would it make things worse? I held my breath, listening for any movement, any sound. There was nothing, just the sound of the creek in the distance. I turned on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the dark. The tent walls stretched in the glow, nothing out of the ordinary. No shadow moving, no figure standing outside. The footsteps had stopped. I waited, listening intently. After a minute, I convinced myself it had to be an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, something harmless that was just walking by. But the feeling of unease lingered. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just overthinking things. With a shaky breath, I lay back down and closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come easily. Just when I thought I might finally drift off, the footsteps returned. This time, they were closer. Slow, deliberate steps, crunching softly on the forest floor. I held my breath, not daring to move. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent again. I could almost hear the person's breath, just a foot or so away from me, but there was no sound of movement after that. I wanted to call out, ask who was there, but the words stuck in my throat. If it was a person, I didn't want to alarm them or give away my location. But if it was something else, well, I wasn't sure what to do. I waited a long time, listening, heart pounding. The footsteps didn't come again. Slowly, I gathered the courage to unzip the flap of my tent, just a little, and shine my flashlight out into the darkness. The beam of light swept over the clearing, but there was no one there. No movement, just the trees and the creek, everything still. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, but the tension in my chest didn't ease. I pulled the flap closed and lay back down, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But sleep didn't come. My mind kept replaying the footsteps. Whoever, or whatever, had been walking out there hadn't made a sound when they stopped. That wasn't natural. No animal could move so silently. I turned my head, tried to shake the feeling of someone watching me. I told myself it was just paranoia, just the isolation of being out here alone. I could hear my own heartbeat in the quiet of the night, so loud that it seemed to drown out everything else. Another hour passed, and I had just started to doze off again when the footsteps returned. This time, they were more persistent, like someone was pacing back and forth. My heart skipped a beat as I listened, the sound echoing in my ears. The footsteps stopped just outside the tent again, and for a moment, all was silent. I waited. The air felt thick with tension. What the hell was going on? The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, suffocating. I turned the flashlight back on, but this time I didn't unzip the tent. I kept it pointed toward the entrance, not daring to look outside. I didn't want to see anything. My mind was racing with thoughts of everything that could go wrong, everything that could be out there. I waited what felt like hours, but there was no more movement. Slowly, my pulse began to calm, my breathing slowing. It had to be my imagination. It had to be. Maybe the sound had just carried differently in the stillness of the night. I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing myself to relax. When the footsteps returned for the third time, it was almost a relief. At least I wasn't imagining things. But they didn't stop right outside my tent this time. Instead, they moved away from me, slowly fading into the woods. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or more afraid. The fact that they had been walking away, did that mean I wasn't the target? Or did it mean they were planning something worse? I lay there, wide awake for hours. The only sound was the creek, gently flowing in the distance. The footsteps didn't return again that night. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, and I finally fell asleep in the early morning hours. When I woke, it was to the soft light of dawn filtering through the trees. The forest was alive again, birds singing, the air fresh and cool. I sat up, my mind still foggy from lack of sleep. I couldn't shake the memory of the footsteps, but there was no sign of anyone around. No footprints in the dirt, no disturbed ground, nothing to suggest anyone had been there. I packed up my camp quietly, taking my time, trying to get my bearings. Part of me wanted to get out of there as fast as I could, but another part of me knew that I couldn't leave just because of a few strange sounds. I had to keep going, had to finish what I'd started. So, after a while, I shouldered my pack and started walking back down the trail, the peace of the morning beginning to settle in again. The footsteps seemed like a distant memory, something I would later look back on and try to make sense of. I didn't see anyone else on the trail that day, and I didn't hear any more footsteps, but the feeling stayed with me, the feeling of being watched. It wasn't something I could shake, no matter how much I tried to convince myself it was all in my head. I didn't sleep as well for the rest of the trip, always listening, always aware of the sounds around me. But I never heard those footsteps again. Whatever had been out there, it never came back. As I walked out of the Smokies back towards civilization, I thought about what had happened. I didn't know who or what had been out there in the dark, but I knew I'd never forget the sound of those footsteps. And I knew I'd never camp alone in that spot again. I had picked a spot off one of the lesser-used trails in Pisgah National Forest. It was early October, cool enough at night to need a jacket, warm enough during the day to hike without sweating too much. Leaves were just starting to turn, and the forest was nearly empty during the week. That was part of the reason I came. I wanted peace. I wanted to read, sleep, and maybe hike some new miles without bumping into tourists or loud weekend groups. I hiked in just under 3 miles before settling on a quiet little rise tucked above a creek. The creek wasn't huge, but it made a steady sound through the trees, which helped mask the usual nighttime noises I never fully got used to when camping alone. The site had a couple of decent trees for the hammock, some flat space for a small fire, and no obvious signs that anyone had camped there recently. No wrappers, no piles of ash, just pine needles and fallen leaves the way I liked it. By the time I strung up the hammock, collected some wood, and got a small fire going, the sun had already dropped below the ridgeline. I cooked a simple dinner, ramen with some dried mushrooms and jerky torn up into it, while watching the woods shift into darkness. The forest quiets down in layers. First the birds go, then the insects change pitch. The bigger things start moving, deer mostly, and raccoons. Sometimes, if you sit real still, you can hear them breaking sticks or kicking stones. After cleaning up and making sure the food was hung away from camp, I climbed into my hammock with my headlamp on and a paperback I'd brought. I remember the sound of the nylon fabric as I shifted to get comfortable, the crinkle of the pages when I turned them. The fire had burned down to low coals, casting just enough light to see the shapes of nearby trees, but nothing more. My headlamp was in the low setting, just bright enough to read. The beam lit up the book and a few feet past my feet, leaving most of the woods around me in thick shadow. I don't know what made me look up. Maybe it was instinct, maybe something in my periphery, but I remember that moment clearly. My eyes moved from the page, my head turned slightly, and just on the edge of the beam, barely lit, just enough to know it wasn't a tree, I saw a man. He was standing still, facing me. At first I thought I was imagining it. You know how the eyes can play tricks on you when you're focused on something else. But I blinked, and he didn't disappear. He didn't move either, just stood there. It was too far to see his face clearly, but I could tell he was looking right at me. His body didn't sway or shift. He didn't fidget like a person normally would. He was too still. I froze, book in my lap, heart starting to pick up. I sat up in the hammock slowly, not tearing my eyes away, and shouted out, loud enough to startle anything nearby. But the man didn't react, didn't flinch, just stayed where he was, half in shadow, half in the dim glow of my headlamp's edge. I switched the lamp to high and aimed it straight at him. He was gone. The beam reached farther now, lit up the whole space where he had been. But there was nothing there. No man, no movement, no sound of footsteps. I scanned side to side, light shaking slightly in my hand, but the woods were empty again. At that moment, the feeling hit me, not just fear, but a kind of cold pressure in my chest. My body understood before my mind could catch up. Something was wrong. That wasn't just a mis-seen stump or a trick of the light. Someone had been watching me. I didn't yell again. I didn't wait. I snapped the book shut, grabbed the flashlight from my pocket, and started packing up fast. Every sound made me flinch. I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me, like someone was still out there, just outside the reach of the light. I kept turning to look behind me, scanning with the beam, but there was never anything. My gear was scattered, stove still cooling, food bag tied up in a tree, my sleeping bag half inside the hammock. I didn't bother folding anything, just stuffed it into the pack. I left the food, left the fire. The only thing I made sure of was zipping my knife into my jacket pocket and double-checking that the batteries of my flashlight were fresh. I didn't want to hike out in the dark. The trail back wasn't hard, but it was narrow and winding, and some spots had drop-offs you could miss in low light. But staying there wasn't an option. Not after that. I slung the pack on and headed back the way I came. Light aimed low to catch the trail markers I'd noticed on the hike-in. Every few minutes I'd stop and listen. Not because I wanted to, but because I felt like I had to. I thought I heard something once, about 100 yards off, like a dry stick breaking. But it didn't repeat, and I didn't wait for confirmation. I moved fast, quicker than I usually would with a full pack. I don't know how long it took, maybe a little over an hour, but by the time I saw the faint glint of moonlight reflecting off the metal trailhead sign, my legs were burning and my back was soaked with sweat. The parking area was empty, just my truck sitting under the trees. I got in, locked the doors, and sat there for a while, headlights off, trying to calm down. I didn't start the engine right away. I just listened, waiting to see if anything followed me out of the woods. But there was nothing. Eventually, I drove into town, got a room at a cheap roadside motel, and locked the door behind me. I didn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape standing in the woods, just barely inside the light. That stillness, that absence of any normal movement, the way he vanished when the light hit him full on. The next morning, after a hot shower and a weak cup of coffee from the motel lobby, I drove back up to the trailhead. I wanted to make sure I hadn't imagined it, that I hadn't dropped something important in my panic. The sky was bright and clear now, the kind of crisp autumn day that makes the forest feel safe again. But that feeling from the night before still stuck to me like a bad smell. I hiked back in about a mile, slower this time, scanning the woods carefully. Everything looked normal. No footprints, no broken branches. My food bag was still in the tree, untouched. Even the fire had burned itself out without spreading. The hammock was still there, half collapsed from how quickly I'd left it. I searched the area where the man had stood, looked for anything, a boot print, a piece of clothing, even just a sign that someone had passed through. But there was nothing. The pine needles lay undisturbed. No tracks, no crushed leaves, just open woods. It made no sense. I don't know how someone could have been there, that close, without leaving a trace. No matter how soft your footsteps are, you leave something behind in the woods, especially in that dry October layer of leaves. I didn't stay long, packed the rest of my gear, took one more look around, and hiked out. That was the last time I camped solo in Pisgah. It's been a few years now. I still think about it. Not every day, but enough. I try to rationalize it. Tell myself maybe it was just a hunter, some guy trying to scare me, or maybe even someone lost who got spooked when I shouted. But the way he stood there, the way he didn't move or react, the way he disappeared so fast, without a sound or sign, it didn't feel like someone lost. It felt like someone who knew exactly where they were and exactly what they were doing. People always think of the woods as peaceful, maybe a little eerie at night, but mostly safe if you know what you're doing. But the truth is, you never really know who's out there. Not the animals, not the weather, the people, especially the ones who don't want to be seen. And when you're alone in the forest, away from cell service, away from help, the only thing standing between you and the dark is a few thin batteries and a zipper. You can't reason with silence. And you can't always explain what you saw. But I know what I saw, and I don't go back. We had been planning the Ozarks trip for a while. It was late September, that window of time when the heat dies down just enough for long sleeves at night, but the bugs aren't all gone yet. The leaves were just starting to shift to yellow and red in patches, and we wanted to get in one more camping weekend before everything turned cold and muddy. It was me, my friend Adam, and his cousin Chris. We kept it simple. Pack light, just enough food for 3 days, sleeping bags, a cheap tent that leaked if the rain came straight down, and a water filter for the stream. We parked off an old forest road, hiked in a few miles, and found a spot that wasn't on any trail map. No real path, just a clearing with enough flat space to set up camp. The trees were dense, tall, and felt older than any forest I'd camped in before. It was dead, quiet up there, with that kind of stillness that makes you feel like you're being watched, even when you're not. We didn't tell anyone where we were going. That wasn't new. Most of the time we didn't. It was just something we did, some mix of being private and thinking we were smart enough to handle ourselves. We figured cell service was spotty, but not totally dead, and we weren't planning to do anything dangerous. We just want a place to sit around a fire, cook some food, and be far from everything. The first night was uneventful. We set up camp, made a small fire, cooked sausage and beans out of cans, and passed around a bottle. We talked about work, women, nothing serious. Around midnight, we put out the fire and got in the tent. It was cold enough that we zipped up tight, but not too bad. Sometime after I'd started to drift off, I heard it. It wasn't loud, but it was close. Above us. A scratching sound. Not like branches moving in the wind. There wasn't any wind. This was deliberate. Slow. Like something dragging metal across wood. I lay there with my eyes open in the dark, waiting for someone else to stir or say something, but nobody did. I didn't want to be the one to speak first and confirm that I wasn't imagining it. The noise kept going. Long, scraping sounds every few minutes. Sometimes closer, sometimes farther. Not an animal. I've heard raccoons, possums, even bears up in trees before. They scurry. They make a mess. This was slow, drawn out, too smooth. At some point, I must have fallen asleep because I woke up to daylight. I didn't say anything to the others right away. Neither of them brought it up either. We ate instant oats and hiked a mile out to a ridge for a view. Spent the day walking the edge of the woods, talking about work and what we'd do for the winter. It was the kind of day that makes you forget the world exists. Sunlight pouring through the trees, everything golden and quiet. That second night, the sound came back. Same as before, long scraping. A couple times I swore I heard it directly above the tent, like something was moving from branch to branch. But again, no footsteps, no rustling. Just that slow, sickening sound of something metal being pulled across bark. I sat up this time, still didn't say anything. I was too aware that maybe I was letting my imagination get away with me. I waited to hear someone else move or react, but the others were either asleep or pretending to be. The sound kept coming on and off until well past midnight. When the sun came up, I got out of the tent first. Didn't bother boiling water or making breakfast. I went straight to the trees around our camp. I wanted to know what had been making that noise. It didn't take long. About 15 feet up on one of the thicker trees, an old white oak, there were marks. Not just scratches. Deep gashes, straight and narrow, about a foot long, in sets of 3. They were clean. Too clean to be claws or weather. They looked carved, like someone had dragged a knife or blade through the bark deliberately. I called the others over, and they looked up and didn't say much. Chris offered maybe it was some old marks from tree trimming or forest workers, but we all knew that didn't make sense. There weren't any signs of logging or anything else out here. No stumps, no clearings. We started walking tree to tree, and we found more. Every tree within about 30 yards of the tent had at least one of those same marks. Some higher up, some lower. All the same style, long, clean, carved deep like someone had pressed hard with a blade. No animal did this. And in some of the deeper ones, where the bark had been cut enough to show the pale wood underneath, we saw something else. Initials. Ours. Mine and Adam's, carved under one of the deeper gashes. The letters were small, neat, and fresh. No moss, no weathering. Whoever did it had done it recently, probably in the last couple days, probably while we were here. We stared at it in silence. Nobody wanted to be the first to say it, but we didn't need to. We hadn't told anyone where we were going, not even our girlfriends. We just loaded up and left. So who knew we'd be here? We didn't have answers. That whole day, we kept circling camp, trying to find footprints or signs that someone had come in after us. But the ground was dry and covered in leaves. If someone had come through, They didn't leave much behind. That afternoon, I decided to climb. I'm not great with heights, but the tree wasn't hard, big enough to get a good hold, and the branches weren't too far apart. I climbed up about 20 feet to the gash that had our initials under it. I pressed my fingers into it, ran my thumb along the edge. Still sharp, not even crusted over. I looked out from the branch and saw more of them, marks on trees deeper into the woods. They followed a pattern, not random, like a line or a boundary. Whatever it was, we were in the middle of it. I climbed down and told the others. We sat at the fire without lighting it, all three of us trying to act normal. But we weren't. We were scared, not panicking, but something in us had shifted. That deep, quiet fear that crawls under your skin when you realize someone's watching you and you don't know from where. We didn't sleep much that night. The scraping started up again. Same rhythm, same sound, maybe louder. None of us moved. Nobody got up to check. I lay on my back in the tent, staring at the nylon ceiling, listening to the slow, steady sound of metal on bark for hours. It would stop for long stretches, then start again. A few times it sounded like it circled us, always from the trees, never from the ground. When morning came, we made the decision without saying it. We packed. No breakfast, no talk. Just packed fast, looking over our shoulders, every sound in the trees making us jump. We took the long way back, avoiding the direction the gashes had been heading. We bushwhacked through thicker underbrush, moved fast. I didn't stop to rest once. When we got back to the car, we didn't speak. Just threw the packs in the trunk and got in. It wasn't until we hit the highway that anyone said a word. Chris asked if we were going to tell anyone. I said no. We all agreed. But it didn't stop there. About a week after we got home, I noticed something carved into the tree outside my apartment. I live on the second floor, but there's an old pine right outside my window. One morning, I saw it from the kitchen. I leaned out and looked closer. 3 long gashes cut in the same way. Clean, sharp. Beneath it, in smaller letters, were my initials. Again, just mine this time. I moved out the next week. I haven't been back in the woods since. Not really. Not overnight. I still hike, still walk trails during the day, but I don't stay past dark. I keep my phone on, share my location, and always tell people where I'm going now. I don't know who was out there with us. I don't know what they wanted. Maybe it was just a scare. Maybe it was someone messing with us. But it felt older than that. Not supernatural. Just deliberate. Cold. Human in the worst way. Someone knew where we were. Someone was close enough to watch. Someone marked our names into those trees. And I still don't know why. I've been planning that trip for a while. It was late September, and I'd finally carved out 4 days for a solo backpacking loop through a quieter stretch of the Bitterroots in western Montana. I'd done my research. The trail I picked wasn't heavily trafficked, but it was known for being scenic and reliable. No major water crossings, decent cell reception at the ridges, and a few small streams that usually ran steady even in the fall. I parked my truck at the trailhead, packed light, and stepped off under a pale blue sky. By the end of the first day, I covered about 12 miles, which was more than I originally planned, but the air was cool and dry, and I felt strong. I passed only one hiker early on, a guy in his 50s with a faded pack and a heavy beard. We nodded at each other, didn't speak. After that, it was just trees, chipmunks, and the dry whisper of wind through yellowing brush. Around 5:30 p.m., I found a spot to camp near a narrow stream, cutting through a dip in the land. It was just off the trail enough for some privacy, but not so far I get turned around finding it again. The stream was shallow, barely a few inches deep, with smooth round rocks and cold, clean water. I cleared a space for my small tent, laid out my pad and bag, and boiled some water for dinner. One of those freeze-dried pasta meals. It tasted like cardboard, but it filled my stomach and warmed me up. As the sun dropped behind the ridge, the woods started to settle in that way they do. Everything gets quieter, even the wind. I moved around camp a little, tightening guy lines, putting my food in a dry bag to hang from a branch later, and sipping on the last of my tea. The smell of pine and cold earth settled around me. I hadn't seen anyone since morning. There weren't any footprints near this part of the trail, either. It felt isolated, which is what I'd wanted. Then I saw the light. I was standing near the edge of the stream, brushing my teeth, when I noticed a soft, flickering glow through the trees across the water. It was dim and orange, not white like a flashlight or blue like a phone screen. It looked like a lantern, the old fuel kind, just bobbing a little behind some dense underbrush, maybe 50 yards out, where the trees pressed close together and the slope climbed up slightly. My first reaction was confusion. There wasn't a trail that led in that direction, at least not one I'd seen, and the brush was thick enough that I couldn't imagine someone bushwhacking through it for no reason. I stood there, toothbrush in my mouth, staring at it. It wasn't moving fast, just kind of swaying like someone holding it and standing still, maybe shifting their weight. Then it was gone, just like that. I squinted, craned my neck to see if it was still there, but the orange light had disappeared. Nothing moved. No crackling of leaves or snap of twigs. Just the soft murmur of the stream. I stood there for a while, toothbrush in hand, heart starting to pick up its pace. I've done enough solo trips to know your mind can mess with you in the woods, especially at dusk. Light plays tricks. Eyes invent shapes. But this didn't feel like that. I wasn't tired. I hadn't had any alcohol. I was grounded and alert. And that light looked real. I finished brushing and spit into the stream. I told myself it was probably just another camper, maybe someone who had wandered off trail or was staying out of sight for privacy. Not everyone wants company. Still, something about it rubbed me wrong. Why no noise? Why no tent or signs of movement? I waited a few minutes, watching the trees where the light had been, but nothing happened. Eventually, I forced myself to finish my routine. I hung my food bag high and well away from camp. I double-checked the zippers on my tent. I lay down fully clothed except for my boots, which I kept just inside the door. I didn't sleep much that night. I laid on my side, ears tuned to every sound. The stream gurgled quietly, a calming but steady white noise. Every now and then I'd hear a twig snap or leaves rustle. Once I heard what might have been an owl in the distance. All normal things, nothing out of place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been close, and maybe still was. A couple times I clicked on my headlamp and scanned outside through the mesh, sweeping it side to side slowly. Nothing, just shadows and trees. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps, just 2 or 3 quick ones like someone shifting weight on dry ground. They were faint, almost too faint to trust. Could have been a deer, I told myself. Could have been nothing. I held my breath and stayed still for a long time. Eventually, I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, it was light out. I stepped out of the tent into a gray, overcast morning. The stream was still flowing, birds were starting to chirp, and there was no sign of anyone. I walked to the spot where I thought I'd seen the light. The ground was soft with layers of pine needles and old leaves, and it took me a minute to find a path through the brush. It wasn't easy going. Thorns caught my sleeves, and some of the fallen logs were slick with moisture. But after a few minutes, I reached the place where I figured the light had been. There was nothing there. No footprints. No cleared spot. No gear or scraps. Nothing that said someone had stood there. But the weird thing was how dead quiet it was. No bird song, no wind, just a stillness that sat heavy in the trees. I stayed for less than a minute before heading back. I packed up fast that morning. I didn't feel like staying another night in that spot. Something in my gut told me to move. I knew there was a lake about 8 miles up the trail where people sometimes camped. I figured it'd be better to head there, maybe even see someone else along the way. As I hiked, I kept checking over my shoulder. I didn't like how the trail twisted along the slope, giving plenty of blind corners and narrow switchbacks. At one point, I thought I saw movement through the trees, something dark slipping between trunks uphill from me. But when I stopped and stared, it was gone. By noon, I made it to the lake. It sat in a basin surrounded by granite and sparse pine. There were a couple fire rings and flat spots from past campers, and I felt better seeing signs of people. I didn't see anyone else, but knowing the place was used more often helped settle my nerves. I spent the rest of the day fishing and trying to relax. That night was better. I still slept light, but I didn't hear anything weird. No footsteps, no lights, just wind on the water and the creak of trees. The next day, I kept moving. My plan had been to make a loop, but I decided to cut it short and take the more direct trail back to the trailhead. I was still 2 days from home, and something about that first night had shaken my nerves more than I like to admit. I passed a ranger cabin that afternoon. It was empty, shuttered for the season, but there was a logbook nailed to the wall in a waterproof box. I signed in, wrote the date, and mentioned seeing a strange light near mile marker 12 the first night. I didn't write much, just enough in case someone else reported it later. When I finally made it back to the truck, it was late afternoon. The sun was behind the ridges again, painting the peaks in orange. I loaded my gear, checked my tires, and started driving the long dirt road back out to the highway. It wasn't until I was almost to cell range that I let myself think about it again in full. Someone had been out there. I believed that. The light was too steady, too real, to be a reflection or illusion. But why be off trail, silent, and gone so fast? Why no campsite? No fire, no signs of anything left behind. Maybe it was someone avoiding notice. Maybe it was just a hunter or a hermit or some local guy who knew the land better than I did. But there's something unsettling about knowing how easy it is to vanish into those woods. How someone could stand 50 yards from you, watching, and you'd never even know unless they wanted you to. I haven't been back to that part of the Bitterroots since. I still hike, still camp solo sometimes, but I trust my gut a little more now. I pick my campsites more carefully. I scan the woods a little longer before settling in. And I remember that light, faint, orange, steady, and how it disappeared like it was never there. It didn't follow me. Nothing happened after. No fairy tale ending. No big confrontation. Just a heavy feeling that someone had been near me, watching, and chose to stay hidden. And that's what still sticks with me. Not what I saw, but what I didn't. I had been planning this trip for months. I wanted to get away from the noise, the traffic, the routines, and everything that came with being around too many people. I needed quiet, real quiet, the kind of silence you only find way out in the woods, away from cell service, away from light pollution, and away from all the comforts that make life soft. I settled on the Ouachita Mountains in Arkansas. I'd read about the trails, the ridgelines, the thick pine forests, and the kind of solitude they offer. It was exactly what I was looking for. I picked a spot far from any official campsite, maybe 10 or 12 miles off the closest forest road. I hiked in with my pack loaded for a 3-day solo trip. I had all the usual stuff: tent, sleeping bag, food, stove, a headlamp, a small hatchet, and a knife I kept on me most of the time when I'm out in the backcountry. Nothing fancy, just what I needed. It was October, so the air was cool but not cold yet. The days were still warm enough to hike in a t-shirt, but the nights dropped fast once the sun dipped behind the trees. The first day went fine. I followed a game trail off the main hiking path and set up camp on a small flat spot between two gentle slopes. It was tucked away between pine and oak trees, with enough space for my tent and a place to sit and cook. The forest floor was soft with pine needles, and the air smelled clean, almost sweet from the trees and the dry leaves. I didn't see another person the whole day, and I liked that. No voices, no movement in the distance, no tire tracks or trash, just stillness and the kind of quiet that hums in your ears after a while. I ate early that evening, just a simple meal I cooked on my little stove, dehydrated beef stew, and some hot tea. I remember sitting there in my camp chair as the sun started to drop behind the ridge, watching the shadows stretch and the sky go from blue to gray. It got dark fast. That's the thing about being deep in the woods with no artificial light. Night comes like a curtain being pulled. 1 second you're in dim light, and the next you can't see your own hands without a headlamp. I zipped myself into the tent before it got too cold, pulled my sleeping bag up to my chin, and laid there listening. The forest was alive in a quiet way. Wind moving through the trees, small cracks of branches, maybe a squirrel, or something else light-footed rummaging through the underbrush. Normal sounds you get used to and even start to enjoy once your brain stops trying to make everything into a threat. Sometime after midnight, I woke up. I don't know what exactly woke me. Maybe it was just the kind of half sleep you get sometimes when you're on the ground and your body's not used to it. I laid there for a while, eyes open in the dark, listening to the wind. The forest had changed. There was no more rustling, no small sounds, no owls, just stillness. The kind that sits on your chest, and makes your ears ring. I laid there, wide awake now, trying not to move too much. Then I heard it, breathing. Not mine, not some distant animal panting or snorting in the brush. This was close, right outside my tent. Long, slow inhales, a pause, then an exhale, deep and steady like something calm, like something confident. It wasn't frantic or fast, just steady breathing. I could hear it clearly through the thin nylon of my tent. It circled the tent slowly, moving from one side to the other, but what got me was how silent everything else was. No footsteps, no crunch of pine needles or leaves, no twigs snapping, just the breathing as if whatever was floated. I laid perfectly still. My heart was pounding, but I didn't move. I didn't grab my flashlight. I didn't reach for my knife. I didn't even blink. I just listened. I don't know how long it circled. 10 minutes? 20? It felt like hours. It would stop on one side of the tent, then move again, slowly to the back, then around again. I couldn't tell how tall it was or how close exactly, but it had to be just a foot or two from the fabric. I was afraid that if I moved or made a sound, it would know I was awake. I thought maybe it was a bear, but bears make noise. Even the quiet ones still step on twigs, still breathe faster, still grunt or huff. This wasn't like that. It was intentional, too quiet to be casual, too smooth. I told myself maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe the wind and my half-awake brain were playing tricks on me. But no, the breathing was real. You don't mistake that kind of sound when it's that close. You feel it in your bones. Eventually, it stopped. I didn't hear it leave. I didn't hear branches shift or needles crunch. It was just gone, like a switch flipped. I laid there until morning. I didn't sleep another second. I watched the darkness fade through the mesh at the top of the tent and waited for the light to make things feel normal again. When it was finally light enough to see without a flashlight, I slowly unzipped the tent and stepped out. My legs were stiff from being in the same position for hours, and my hands were shaky. The woods looked normal, bright even. Sunlight slanted through the trees and caught on the dew clinging to the pine needles. Everything was still. I looked around slowly, checking for tracks, for anything. There were none. The pine needles were thick around my tent, and they showed impressions easily, like when I walked over them. I could clearly see where my boots had been. But there were no other marks. No prints. No disturbed patches. Nothing that showed something or someone had circled me for what felt like half the night. I walked a wider circle around camp, just to be sure. Checked every angle, every possible approach. Still nothing. I even looked up into the trees for signs of broken branches or claw marks. Still nothing. It was as if the whole thing never happened, except for the memory of that breathing and the way it made my skin crawl. I packed up camp slowly. My plan had been to stay 2 more nights and explore deeper into the ridges. Maybe follow the creek I had crossed the day before, but I couldn't shake the feeling, that heavy feeling in my gut. It didn't feel like fear in the usual way. It felt like I had been sized up, like something out there had found me in the dark and watched me long enough to decide something. Maybe it lost interest. Maybe it wasn't ready. I don't know. I don't scare easily. I've spent plenty of nights alone in the woods, from Arizona to Maine, and I know the sounds of animals and the weird shaped shadows can make on a tired brain. But this was different. The quiet was too complete. The breathing was too real, too deliberate. The way it moved without making a single sound on that forest floor full of dry pine needles. That's the part one still think about. I hiked back to the trailhead that morning without stopping. I didn't eat breakfast, didn't make coffee. I didn't even take off my pack to rest. I just kept moving. My ears were tuned to every sound, every bird call, every twig snap in the distance. I kept looking over my shoulder without realizing it, half expecting to hear that breathing again, just behind the next tree or over my shoulder. When I finally reached my truck, I sat behind the wheel for a while before turning the key. The parking area was empty, and the engine sounded too loud when it roared to life. I sat there with my hands gripping the wheel, trying to make sense of it. Nothing followed me. Nothing left marks. Nothing showed itself. But something had been there. I know it. I felt it. I haven't been back to that part of the Ouachita since. Not because I'm afraid exactly, but because I don't know what to look for. I don't know how to prepare for something that doesn't leave tracks, that doesn't breathe fast, that doesn't make a sound when it moves. I've camped since then, plenty of times, but I'm more cautious now. I choose my spots more carefully. I watch the forest a little longer before I settle in. I listen harder, and every now and then, when I wake up in the middle of the night and the woods are too quiet, I hold my breath and listen for that sound, that slow, steady breathing in the dark. And I wonder if it found someone else's tent, or if it's still out there, just waiting for the right kind of silence. I was camped out near the boundary of Yellowstone, tucked into a quiet spot off the main trail. It was the kind of place most tourists wouldn't bother to look at, not really near anything significant. The sun had set hours ago, and the night air was cool, but still, there was this thick, charged silence that I hadn't quite gotten used to. The kind of silence that lets you hear your own heartbeat. The kind of silence that feels like it's waiting for something. I had spent the afternoon hiking along a trail, and after a long day, I figured I would stay the night here. The spot seemed perfect, tucked between a few low trees with a good view of the stars. It was far enough from any campsites to feel isolated, but not too far from the trail to be unsafe. My tent was set up just a little off the beaten path, the smell of pine and earth filling the air as I settled in. By now, I was used to the basic routine of camping alone. I set up my tent, unpacked my sleeping bag, and got a fire going, but nature, of course, didn't care about my comfort. So, when nature called, I knew it was time to dig a cat hole, an essential part of any backcountry experience. I had dealt with the same thing countless times before on past trips, and Yellowstone wasn't any different in that respect. I grabbed my trowel, a lightweight, foldable one, and headed a little further away from my camp. I wanted to be well clear of the tent and the fire, especially since there were signs of bears nearby. I could hear the wind rustling the trees above me as I walked deeper into the forest. There was no one else around for miles, and the only sound was the soft crunch of dirt and dead leaves beneath my boots. I found a spot far enough off the trail and got to work. I dug and dug, my hands moving automatically as my mind wandered back to the hike. It had been a good day. The sun had dipped behind the mountains hours ago, and the night air was growing chillier with each passing minute. My breath came out in little clouds of condensation as I continued to dig, but after a few moments, something felt off. It wasn't the usual sensation of digging into soft dirt. At first, I thought I'd hit a rock or a large root. No big deal. I adjusted my grip on the trowel and tried to clear the area around whatever it was. But the next time my trowel hit it, the sound was different. It wasn't the dull thud of rock or wood. It was harder, almost hollow. I tried digging around it, brushing away the dirt, and that's when I saw it. At first, it looked like a large, pale bone sticking out of the dirt. I blinked, and my heart skipped a beat. The bone was long, clean, it had a human shape to it. I paused. I ran my fingers lightly over it, feeling the cold smoothness. The bone was perfectly white, almost polished. It looked too clean, like it had been buried for a long time, but hadn't decayed the way bones usually do in the earth. I didn't want to touch it, but I couldn't look away. My eyes moved over the bone, and then I noticed more, small pieces of bone scattered around. A rib here, a fragment of something else there, half buried beneath the dirt. I swallowed, feeling that knot of unease tighten in my stomach. Something about the whole scene felt wrong, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The thought hit me suddenly. What if this was part of something larger? What if there was more buried beneath the surface? What if there was a body here? The wind howled again through the trees, and for a brief moment, I swore I heard something else in the distance. A crack of a branch, maybe something that wasn't just the wind. I froze, gripping the trowel in my hand. My eyes scanned the darkness between the trees, but there was nothing, just a black night, stretching out in every direction. Still, the feeling didn't leave me. I stood up quickly, wiped my hands on my pants, and backed away from the hole. I didn't want to be here anymore. I didn't know what I'd found, but my instincts were screaming at me to leave. I refilled the hole, covering up the bones, covering up whatever it was that lay just below the surface. I didn't know if it was part of something criminal or just an unfortunate animal, but the thought of digging deeper made my skin crawl. I didn't even bother to check if I covered everything properly. My hand was shaking, my breath coming quicker now. I just walked away. I didn't even take a second glance at the place I'd just left behind. I moved a mile away from my original camp, deeper into the forest, until I found a spot I felt comfortable with. The air still felt charged, but at least it was quieter here. A little farther away from the boundary, and maybe a little farther from whatever it was I had just uncovered. That night, I couldn't sleep. The fire had died down to embers, casting long shadows through the trees. I lay in my tent, the ground beneath me feeling unnervingly cold, as if something had seeped through the earth to touch me. The silence outside was too heavy. It pressed in on me, reminding me of the bones I'd found, buried so long ago, untouched until I came along. I thought about calling it in, about letting someone know what I'd found, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. There was something in my gut that told me not to. Something that told me I shouldn't have been there, shouldn't have found that place. I didn't want to know the truth behind those bones. I didn't want to know if they belonged to someone who had gotten lost, or worse, if they had been hidden there for some other reason. And so I didn't. I stayed quiet. But even as I lay there, listening to the wind whip through the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The woods felt too still, too empty. It was as if they were waiting for something. And I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, as if something had noticed my presence and was now keeping track of me, knowing I had uncovered something that should have stayed buried. The rest of the night passed in a blur of restless thoughts and unease. At first light, I packed up my camp and got out of there. I didn't want to be anywhere near that spot again, and I didn't want to stay in Yellowstone any longer. It was too quiet, too strange. I knew I had to leave. I still think about it sometimes. That night, those bones. I wonder if someone else will find them someday. Maybe after I've long gone. I wonder if someone will dig down into the earth and uncover the same feeling of wrongness I had. Or maybe it'll be a long time before anyone else sets foot in that spot. Maybe the bones will stay hidden, buried where no one can touch them. I wish I had called it in. I wish I had been brave enough to tell someone. But in the end, I didn't. And for whatever reason, I think that was the right decision. There's a certain peace in letting things be, even if you don't understand them. Maybe it wasn't my place to know the truth. Maybe some things are better left buried. Still, every now and then, I think about that feeling I had being watched. It's not a thought I can shake off easily. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the woods, I still feel it. The deep, oppressive silence. The eerie stillness that seems to cling to the trees. Maybe I'm just paranoid, or maybe something knows I was there. Something knows what I found. And whatever it is, it doesn't want me to forget. It was late September when a group of us decided to head into a remote part of Idaho for a weekend camping trip. The plan was simple: get away from everything. No phones, no work, no noise. Just a few friends, some beer, and a fire under the stars. We were all in our late 20s, outdoorsy enough to handle ourselves, but not survivalists or anything. We picked a place deep in the woods, miles off the main road. No cell service, barely a trail leading in. The kind of place where you can scream and no one would hear you. That was the appeal at the time. There were 5 of us in total. We got there early in the afternoon, parked the trucks where the dirt path ended, and hiked the rest of the way in with our gear. We set up near a stream, surrounded by dense trees and thick undergrowth. It was a pretty spot, quiet except for the water and the occasional bird call. We pitched our tents in a half circle, got a fire going, and spent the evening drinking and laughing. The air was getting cold as the sun dipped, so we stayed close to the fire, bundled up in flannels and jackets, cooking hot dogs and roasting marshmallows like kids. We talked late into the night. The stars were out, and the moon was just a sliver, enough to cast a faint silver light on the tops of the trees. Eventually, one by one, people started turning in. By around 1 a.m., it was just me and one other guy left, still poking at the fire and finishing off a last beer. I didn't feel tired, not really. I felt relaxed, like I could stay up all night just listening to the fire crackle. But I figured I should at least try to get some sleep, so I said goodnight and crawled into my tent. I lay there for a while, warm in my sleeping bag. listening to the wind in the trees and the stream nearby. It was peaceful, real peace, not the kind you get in town when things go quiet, but the kind that feels ancient, like you're part of something bigger than yourself. It made me feel small in a good way. I must have been lying there for about half an hour when I realized I had to pee. I didn't want to get up. It was cold and my sleeping bag was warm, but the feeling wasn't going away. So I unzipped my bag, put on my boots without lacing them, grabbed a flashlight, and stepped out. The fire had burned down to glowing coals. Everyone else's tents were zipped up. No movement, no sound except the breeze and the soft trickle of water. I didn't bother going far. I just walked maybe 30 feet away from camp toward a cluster of bushes near a tree line, enough to be out of sight. As I stood there, I turned off my flashlight to let my eyes adjust to the dark. I could see outlines well enough, the tree trunks, the slope of the ground, my breath hanging in the air. It was one of those quiet nights where the silence feels heavy. I didn't even hear crickets. I just finished and was about to head back when I heard it. My name, clear as day, from the trees ahead of me. At first, I thought it was one of the guys messing with me. Just a low voice, almost a whisper, coming from deeper in the woods. But something was wrong. It wasn't just that the voice came from the dark. It was the way it sounded. It sounded like me. I froze. It wasn't just similar, it was exact. The same tone, the same pace I used when I talked. Like someone had taken a recording of me, saying my own name, and played it back. I stood there completely still. My breath caught in my throat. I listened hard, trying to hear anything else. Footsteps, breathing, movement. Nothing. Just that silence again, thick and unnatural. Then it called again. Same voice. Same exact tone. My name, drawn out just a little longer than normal, like it was testing it. Mocking it. Trying on like a piece of clothing. I turned on my flashlight and pointed it toward the trees, but all I could see were trunks and branches. No movement. No eyes shining back at me. Just forest. My stomach dropped. Every instinct I had screamed to run to get back to camp. But I couldn't move at first. I felt like my legs were frozen. I remember the weight of the flashlight in my hand, the sound of my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. I finally forced myself to back away, step by step, not taking the light off the woods. I didn't look behind me. I just moved, quietly at first, then faster, almost stumbling over the uneven ground. I got back to my tent and zipped it shut without turning the light off. I lay down in my bag, boots still on, heart racing. I didn't sleep. I listened. For hours. Every little rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me hold my breath. I kept trying to convince myself it had been one of the guys screwing around. But deep down I knew it wasn't. None of them had my voice. None of them could have made it sound that exact. And even if they had a recording or something, why? Why wait until I was alone in the dark, far from the fire, to use it? I didn't say anything in the morning. We all woke up slow, groggy, hungover. I made coffee and kept glancing toward the trees where I'd heard it. The place didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt watched. When everyone was packed up and ready to hike out, I looked back once. Just a glance. Nothing was there. Just woods. But something had been. I was sure of it. It's been a while since that trip, and I still don't talk about it much. It sounds crazy when I say it out loud, hearing my own voice out there calling to me from the trees. But I know what I heard. I know what it wasn't. It wasn't one of my friends. It wasn't a trick of the wind. It wasn't an animal. I don't know what it was, but it knew my name. It knew my voice. And it waited until I was alone. That trip changed how I see the woods. I still go camping sometimes, but not like before. Not that far out. Not that deep. Not where no one can hear you. There's something out there in the quiet, and it listens. I moved into the new apartment about a week ago. It was a small place on the third floor of an old brick building in the city. I liked it because it was quiet, had big windows that let in the morning sun, and the rent was affordable. The walls were painted a soft beige, and there was a simple wooden clock hanging above the bed in the bedroom. The clock was nothing special, just a basic round clock with black numbers and hands. It fit the plain look of the apartment perfectly. At first, everything felt normal. I spent my days unpacking boxes, setting up furniture, and getting used to the neighborhood. The first few nights, I slept well, though I noticed something strange about the clock. Every night, at exactly 3:33 a.m., the clock hands stopped moving. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe the clock battery was dying. But when I changed the battery, the same thing happened again. The clock would run fine all day and most of the night, but as soon as the clock hit 3:33, the second hand would freeze and the minute and hour hand would stop in place. It was like time in that room paused for a moment. It never stayed stopped for long, just for a few minutes, but it was weird enough to catch my attention. I began to notice it every night, even without trying to watch for it. One night, I stayed up later than usual, reading a book on the couch in the living room. The room was dimly lit by the streetlights outside, which threw soft shadows on the walls. Around 3:30 a.m., I started to feel tired, so I decided to head to bed. I set the book down and turned off the light. When I crawled under the covers, the quiet hum of the city outside was the only sound. The apartment was still, except for the ticking of the clock in the bedroom. I looked over at it. The time was 3:32 a.m. I wasn't really thinking about the clock stopping this time. I just wanted to get some sleep. My eyes closed slowly as the ticking filled the room. Then suddenly I woke up. It was like someone had flipped a switch inside my head. My eyes shot open, and I glanced at the clock immediately. The hands were frozen at 3:33 a.m., exactly as they always did. But something was different this time. The room felt colder, heavier, like the air had thickened. I lay there for a few seconds, trying to shake off the strange feeling in my chest. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a shadow standing over the edge of my bed. It wasn't clear at first, just a dark shape that didn't belong. I didn't see any features, no face or details, just a tall, still figure. My heart pounded hard against my ribs, and my breath caught in my throat. I froze. My mind was screaming for me to move, to scream, to run, but my body stayed still. The shadow didn't move or make a sound. It just stood there as if watching me. Then, very slowly, the clock started ticking again. The second hand jerked forward, then the minute hand moved. The heavy silence was broken by the ticking sound. Slow, steady, normal. And in that moment, I finally screamed. The scream was loud and raw. It tore through the stillness like thunder in the night. The shadow vanished immediately. The room felt warm again, normal again. I scrambled out of bed and turned on the lights. I checked every corner of the room, but there was nothing there. No one. My heart was still racing, my hands shaking. I grabbed my phone to call someone, anyone, but no signal. The apartment was like an island, cut off from the world at that moment. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the living room with all the lights on. I kept watching the clock on the wall, waiting for it to stop again, but it never did. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, I tried to explain what happened to myself. Maybe it was a nightmare. Maybe I had dozed off just long enough to dream the shadow. But the clock was still a mystery. Why would it stop at 3:33 every night? And why did I wake up exactly at that time? I decided to look into the clock. I took it off the wall and opened the back. There was no trick or hidden mechanism, just a simple battery-powered movement. Nothing that could cause the hands to stop at the same time every night. I even tested the clock in another room, but it ran perfectly. I searched online for anything about clocks stopping at the same time every night. I found some posts where people said clocks sometimes act weird because of faulty batteries or magnets, but nothing about a clock stopping exactly at 3:33 like mine. I checked the apartment's history, looking for anything unusual. The previous tenant moved out suddenly, but no reason was given. The landlord didn't know of any strange problems. Days passed. The clock continued to stop at 3:33 a.m. I stopped looking at it directly, afraid I might see that shadow again. I started sleeping with my phone flashlight on. The room lit up enough to chase away shadows. I convinced myself it was stress from moving or the loneliness of a new place. One night, a few days later, I woke up again at exactly 3:33 a.m. This time, no shadow stood over the bed, but the room felt heavy like before. The clock was still stopped on the wall. I could hear my own breathing, loud and uneven in the silence. I lay there for a long time, feeling the weight of the quiet. Then I heard it, a faint sound coming from the hallway outside my bedroom door. It was a soft, slow tapping. Not a knock or a knock, just a light tap like someone lightly drumming their fingers on wood. It went on for a minute, then stopped. My mind raced, wondering if someone was in the apartment. I got out of bed slowly and moved toward the door. The hallway was dark, the other rooms silent. I opened the door slowly and looked both ways. Nothing. The apartment was empty. The tapping didn't come again. The next morning, I checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was secure. I told myself maybe it was the building settling, the old pipes, or a branch tapping on the window. I wanted to believe that to make sense of the sound, but something didn't feel right. I kept thinking about the clock, the fact it stopped at the exact same time every night, and how I always woke up then, like I was being pulled awake. It felt like something was trying to tell me something or make me notice. One weekend, I decided to stay out late and come home after midnight. I walked around the city, trying to clear my head. When I finally returned to the apartment, it was just before 3:30 a.m. I sat on the couch and watched the clock carefully. When it hit 3:33, the hand stopped. I waited, heart pounding, the silence so loud I could hear my own pulse. Then, the ticking started again. But this time, the second hand didn't move smoothly. It jumped backward for a moment, then forward again. The minute hand twitched slightly like a small spasm. It was almost like the clock was struggling to start. Suddenly, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the wall behind the clock. It was slow, almost like nails scraping lightly against wood or plaster. I put my ear to the wall and listened. The scratching stopped. Then, after a few seconds, I heard a soft whisper of movement behind the wall, the quiet shuffle of something moving inside. I pulled the clock off the wall, heart racing, and looked behind it. The wall was solid plaster, but there was a small loose panel where the clock had been. I pushed gently on the panel and it shifted inward, revealing a narrow gap behind the wall. Inside, I saw the edge of small hidden space, dark and dusty. I reached inside and pulled out a thin bundle of old papers, yellowed and brittle with age. They were old letters dating back decades. The handwriting was shaky but careful, full of worries about money, threats from a man, and pleas for help. The last letter mentioned staying quiet and not letting anyone know what happened. I sat back on the floor, papers in hand, feeling a weight lift off my chest. The stopped clock, the tapping, the shadow I thought I saw. Maybe it was all tied to this hidden secret someone wanted to keep buried. I took the letters to the police and the landlord. They said they would investigate. The landlord found out the previous tenant had been a woman who disappeared suddenly, and the apartment was checked by police years ago, but no case was ever solved. Since then, the clock stopped stopping at 3:33. The nights grew quiet again. The tapping never returned. I didn't see the shadow again. I still feel the chill sometimes, remembering how close I was to something dark and hidden. But I learned to trust my instincts and look deeper when something feels off. The clock was never broken. It was just a marker of a secret waiting to be found. And once I found it, the apartment felt like home again. Safe. Real. I'm still living here, now with a new clock on the wall. It ticks steadily, never stopping, always moving forward, just like time should. I found the doll at a flea market on a slow Sunday afternoon. The place was dusty and crowded with old things, faded books, broken clocks, chipped dishes, and worn-out clothes. I was just wandering around, looking for something to give my apartment a little character. When I saw the doll, it caught my eye immediately. It wasn't a new doll, or even a pretty one. Its clothes were dirty, and its face was cracked in places, like it had been dropped 100 times. The paint on its eyes was faded, but somehow it still looked like it was watching everything. The hair was a tangled mess of what looked like synthetic fibers, and the fabric body was stained and rough. It had an old-fashioned dress on, faded pink with lace frayed at the edges. I don't know why, but something about it felt familiar, like I'd seen it before in some forgotten corner of my childhood. I bought it for a few dollars and carried it home in a small paper bag. When I got inside my apartment, I put the doll on the bookshelf in the living room among some old books and a couple of plants. I didn't think much about it after that. It was just a strange old doll, nothing more. The next morning, I woke up groggy and a little cold from the night. The apartment was quiet except for the soft hum of the heater. When I went to the living room, I noticed the doll wasn't on the bookshelf anymore. At first, I thought maybe I had moved it without thinking, but I was sure I hadn't touched it since I put it there. I looked around, and after a moment, I found it sitting on the armrest of the couch, facing toward the window. I thought it was weird, but shrugged it off. Maybe my cat knocked it over. But then the next morning, it wasn't on the couch. It was on the kitchen counter near the sink, looking as if it had been watching me wash the dishes. I started to feel a little uneasy. The doll had not moved at all since I put it down, and the apartment had no drafts or open windows that could have pushed it around. I didn't want to believe I was imagining things, so I began to pay close attention. Every morning, without fail, the doll was somewhere different. Sometimes it was sitting on my bed, sometimes on the bathroom sink, once on the edge of my computer desk, always positioned as if it was watching something or someone. It was never lying down or thrown over, always sitting upright, facing a certain direction. I checked to make sure no one else had been in my apartment. I live alone and keep the door locked. The windows were all shut tight, and there was no sign of forced entry. My landlord hadn't been by, and none of my friends or family had keys. I even set up a little camera to monitor the doll when I was away for a few hours. The footage showed the doll staying still the entire time. It never moved while I was gone. Despite this, every morning it was somewhere new. I started paying attention to the time of day when it moved. It seemed to happen during the night, hours when I was asleep. But the strange part was I never heard any noise. No footsteps, no scraping on the floor, no thuds or sounds that would explain the doll moving. It was like the doll just appeared in a new place by itself. The unease I felt slowly grew into something deeper. I stopped leaving it in places where it could be a nuisance. I moved it to a corner of the living room where it was out of the way. But the next morning, I would find it somewhere else, sitting on the windowsill, staring out into the street below, or perched on top of the refrigerator. It was never in a spot that made sense. One night, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, feeling restless and on edge. It was around 2 a.m. when I felt something cold and hard on my chest. My heart jumped into my throat as I opened my eyes. There, sitting right on top of me, was the doll. Its cracked, faded face was inches from mine, its eyes staring straight at me. Its little hands rested on my chest like it was holding on for balance. I froze. The doll's eyes didn't blink, didn't move. But there was something in the way it looked at me that made my skin crawl. I felt a strange weight on my chest, like a pressure I couldn't explain. My breathing got shallow, and I wanted to push the doll off, but I was too scared to move. My mind raced, trying to understand how it got there. The apartment was locked. I hadn't heard sound. The window was closed. There was no way anyone could have come in without me knowing. Eventually, I managed to sit up slowly, and the doll slipped off my chest and onto the bedspread with a soft thump. I grabbed it, my hands trembling, and threw it across the room into the corner. I lay back down, eyes wide open, heart pounding. The rest of the night was long and restless. I kept looking over at the doll, which now sat motionless in the corner. I couldn't stop thinking about it. How had it moved? Was it possible that somehow, without my noticing, I was moving it in my sleep? I doubted it. I was a deep sleeper and had never had sleepwalking issues. The thought of the doll sitting on my chest, staring at me, wouldn't leave me. The next day, I decided to take a different approach. I wrapped the doll carefully in an old blanket and put it in a box. I taped the box shut and shoved it into the back of my closet. I thought if I didn't see it, maybe the weird feeling would go away. For a while, it seemed to work. The doll didn't show up anywhere. I even started to forget about the strange nights. But then, after a week, I noticed something was wrong. Small things in the apartment began to feel off. I'd leave my keys on the table, only to find them missing the next morning, usually somewhere nearby, but never in the same spot. My phone would be moved to a different room. My clothes on the floor would be rearranged, sometimes folded neatly, sometimes tossed in a different pile. I told myself it was me being forgetful or my cat playing with things. But the cat is old and slow. She wouldn't carry my phone across the room. One night, I woke up to the sound of something scraping lightly against the hardwood floor. I sat up and listened hard. The sound stopped quickly, but my eyes darted around the dark room, trying to find the source. Then I saw it. The doll was no longer in the closet. It sat on the floor by the side of my bed, facing me. I got out of bed, my legs shaking, and picked it up. I could feel the rough fabric, the cold plastic face, and the weight of the doll in my hands. I looked at it carefully, searching for any clues, maybe a string or something that would explain how it had moved. But there was nothing. No wires, no motors, no mechanism of any kind. It was just an old, worn doll. That night, I decided I had to get rid of it. I wrapped it back up in the blanket, put it in a garbage bag, and took it to the dumpster outside my building. I made sure the bag was tightly closed and left it there. I thought that was the end. But the next morning, when I walked into my apartment, I saw it. The doll was sitting on the kitchen table, right where I had left my coffee cup. No one else had a key. No one else had been in the apartment. At this point, I was terrified but also determined not to let this thing take control of me. I packed the doll carefully into a box again and drove out to the edge of town, far from any houses. I walked deep into the woods, far enough that no one would come across the doll. I left the box on the ground and walked away quickly without looking back. I thought that would be the final time. For days, nothing strange happened. The weird feelings eased up, and I finally slept through the night without waking up in fear. I started to relax. But then, one morning, I found the doll on my doorstep, sitting upright, dirty and cracked as always. I never took it inside. I left it on the porch and called a friend to come pick it up. After that, I never saw the doll again. I don't know how it moved or why it kept showing up. I never felt like it was a ghost or anything supernatural. There was no magic, no curse. It was just a doll, but it was also something else, something that shouldn't have been able to move on its own in a locked apartment. I think now it was something more about the way I felt when I saw it, the way it looked like it was watching me, making me aware of being alone in a place where no one else should be. Sometimes I wonder if it was just my mind playing tricks after I bought the doll, or if there was a very simple explanation, maybe a small animal hiding it and moving it around, or even me sleepwalking without knowing it. But the feeling I had the night it sat on my chest, staring at me, there's no simple explanation for that. After all that, I realized some things are just better left alone. Some objects, no matter how small or simple, can hold a strange power. Not magic, not ghosts, but something else. Maybe it's the weight of history, or the way our minds fill in the blanks when something doesn't make sense. Whatever it was, I learned that curiosity can sometimes bring more fear than answers. And sometimes the best thing you can do is walk away and never look back. The night we went camping, everything seemed normal at first. We had picked a spot deep in the woods, far from any roads or other campers. It was late spring, and the trees were full of leaves, making the forest thick and dark. The air was cool but not cold, just that sharp smell of pine and damp earth that always makes me feel like I'm somewhere wild and untouched. We arrived just before sunset. There were 4 of us, me and 3 friends I'd known since college. We worked out the tents, set up the camp chairs, and got the fire going. We stacked the wood carefully, making a small, neat pile that caught quickly and gave off a warm orange glow. The fire crackled and popped, and the sound of it mixing with the rustling leaves and distant bird calls was perfect. We didn't say much at first, just enjoyed the quiet and the feeling of being out in the woods away from everything. The sun dipped behind the trees fast, and soon it was dark except for our fire and the small lantern we brought. The forest around us became a wall of shadows, thick and black. Our little campfire was the only thing holding back the dark. We sat close, passing around some snacks and bottles of water. The conversation was easy but quiet, the kind you have when you're tired and just happy to be somewhere peaceful. I kept looking up at the stars that were just starting to show through the gaps in the branches. The sky was clear, no clouds, no wind, just still and calm. Suddenly, the fire went out. It wasn't a small flicker or the fire dying down slowly. It was like someone had reached out and snuffed it instantly. One moment the flames were bright, then the next, only cold black ash and gray smoke floated up. No wind blew, The air was still. The logs just stopped burning. We all sat frozen for a second, blinking and staring at the dark circle where the fire had been. No one said anything. It was strange because there was no reason for it to go out. The logs were dry, the air calm. I reached out and poked the wood, but it was cold. In that sudden darkness, my eyes adjusted slowly, and I caught movement just beyond the edge of the clearing, past the tree line where the shadows were deepest. At first, I thought it was just the way the branches swayed, but then I saw shapes. They were faint and slow, almost like figures shifting in the dark, just out of clear sight. I blinked hard, and when my eyes opened again, they were gone. Just a silent, black forest staring back. My heart started beating a little faster. The feeling of being watched settled over me like a cold weight. I turned to look at my friends, but their faces were tight and serious. No one said anything, but I knew they saw it too. That same tense stillness had dropped over us all. We tried to restart the fire. Matches, lighter, rubbing sticks, nothing worked. It was like the fire didn't want to come back. We sat there with our flashlights on low, casting weak beams around, but the light felt fragile, like it could be swallowed by the dark at any moment. The forest sounds around us seemed louder all of a sudden, twigs snapping, leaves shifting, but I couldn't tell if it was an animal or just the wind playing tricks. Every time I glanced toward the tree line, I thought I saw shapes moving again, just barely visible like shadows stretching in the corner of my eye. The night grew colder. Without the fire, the warmth vanished, and the forest felt endless. I tried to focus on the soft breathing of my friends nearby, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me, a tight knot in my stomach. Hours passed. We stayed close together, huddled in our camp chairs, shining flashlights into the dark trees every few minutes. No one wanted to move far from the clearing, afraid of what might be out there. We didn't speak much. Words felt useless. At one point, I looked around the circle where we'd been sitting by the fire. The ground was disturbed. Footprints, some of them large and heavy, pressed deep into the dirt just beyond the fire ring. They weren't animal prints, not deer or bear, but something else. The size and shape were wrong, too big and uneven. I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise. I didn't say anything, but I knew my friend saw them too. We all stared at those prints for a long time, trying to figure out where they came from, but the dark forest swallowed all the answers. When the first light of dawn finally crept through the trees, we packed up quickly and left. None of us said much on the way back to the car, but the silence was heavy with the memory of that night. We never saw the shapes again, but the feeling stayed with me long after. The weight of being watched, the strange footprints, and the fire that died without a reason. That night taught me something about the woods. It's not just about the animals or the weather. Sometimes there's something else there, something silent, patient, and always watching, waiting just beyond the tree line. The abandoned building sat on the edge of town, a broken shell of brick and rusted metal, with shattered windows that looked like blind eyes staring out at nothing. I had passed it dozens of times, usually on my way home from work or just out driving around when I needed to clear my head. The place had a bad reputation, mostly from older stories about the factory that used to run there years ago before it shut down suddenly. People said it was unsafe, full of unstable floors and sharp debris, but I was curious more than anything. I wanted to see it for myself. One afternoon, just before sunset, I finally decided to go inside. The air was cool and dry, and the late spring breeze carried a faint smell of wet concrete and rust. The front door was hanging off its hinges, barely attached, but it gave way easily when I pushed it. Stepping inside, the light dimmed instantly. The whole place smelled like dust and old sweat, mixed with something I couldn't place, a sour metallic odor that made the back of my throat tighten. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight, the narrow beam cutting through the thick darkness. The floor beneath me creaked with every step, and the walls were covered with peeling paint and graffiti. I moved slowly, trying to keep quiet, not because I thought someone might be there, but because the whole building felt like it was holding its breath. There was a strange silence, apart from the distant sound of a dripping pipe somewhere far away. As I walked deeper inside, my light caught something on the far wall, a set of numbers written in bright red paint. At first, I thought it was just graffiti, but the way the numbers were spaced and the dripping paint made it look deliberate. It was a phone number. I stood there, frozen for a moment, staring at it. It seemed too strange, too deliberate to ignore. I pulled out my phone, thumb hovering over the call button. The numbers were old, messy, but clear enough to dial. Curiosity won over caution. I pressed call. The phone rang twice, then the line went dead for a moment. Just as I was about to hang up, a voice came through the speaker. It was low, almost a whisper, but clear enough to make my heart jump. "I see you." The words hit me like a punch to the stomach. My hands trembled, and the phone slipped from my fingers, hitting the cracked concrete floor with a harsh clatter. I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran, breath catching in my throat, the beam from my flashlight bouncing wildly as I fled toward the exit. But even as I sprinted, I heard it soft, almost too quiet to believe. The same voice coming through the caller ID on my phone, which was still lighting up in my pocket. "I see you." I ripped the phone out and tried to shut it off. Nothing. The screen stayed on, the voice continuing to whisper from the speaker, growing more intense, but never changing words. I yanked the battery out, but the voice didn't stop. I realized with a sinking feeling that the sound wasn't coming from my phone anymore. It was coming from inside my head. For hours after that, the voice stayed with me. Every quiet moment, every second I tried to think or sleep, I heard it whispering, "I see you." I stopped going outside. I stopped answering calls. I even stopped looking at my phone. The next day, I went back to the abandoned building with a friend, hoping to prove to myself it was just a prank or some kind of weird recording. But the phone number was gone. The red paint had been scrubbed away or covered up. There was no sign it had ever been there. I tried to explain it to people, but no one believed me. Some thought I was messing with them. Others said I was stressed or imagining things. But I knew what I heard was real. Something had seen me in that building. Something had reached through the phone line to get to me. Days turned into weeks. The voice didn't stop. It was always there, just beneath the surface, always watching, always reminding me. It wasn't a ghost or a fantasy. It was something very real, and I couldn't escape it. So I did the only thing I could. I erased all my contacts, destroyed my phone, and moved to a new town. I started fresh with a new number and a new routine, staying away from anything old or abandoned. The voice never came back, not once. But every time I'm alone and hear a faint whisper on the wind, I wonder if it's still watching, waiting, because I learned something that day in that building. Some things you don't want to see, and some things don't want to be forgotten. After breaking up with my ex, my life felt like it had been shoved into a blender and turned on high. The quiet after the storm was worse than the fight itself. At first, I thought the worst part was the loneliness or the way my mind kept replaying every stupid thing I said, every moment I could have fixed but didn't. But it wasn't just the silence I had to deal with, it was the phone. It started about 2 days after the breakup. My phone rang. I looked at the screen. It was an unknown number. I answered, thinking maybe it was someone checking in on me or a wrong number. When I picked up, all I could hear was breathing. Heavy, slow, and uneven breathing. I thought maybe someone had dialed by mistake or was messing with me. I said hello, but no one spoke. Just that breathing. Then faint sobbing. It was soft, almost like a whisper carried on the wind. I hung up quickly, shaking off a chill that wasn't there before. The calls didn't stop. Every few hours, the phone rang, always from an unknown number. Sometimes it was breathing, sometimes the soft sobbing, sometimes just silence. At first, I thought it was a prank or some glitch with my phone. I checked the device thoroughly. No viruses, no apps acting strange. Nothing unusual in the settings or the call logs. But the calls kept coming. Every time, the same thing, breathing, sobbing, silence. I started to dread my phone. I put it on silent, left it in another room, even considered turning it off completely. But it felt like the calls were following me. I would glance at it every few minutes, my heart skipping when I saw the screen light up with an unknown number. One night, after about a week of this, I was lying in bed trying to sleep. The apartment was quiet except for the faint hum of the city outside. My phone rang. I tried not to answer. I told myself it was nothing, just someone messing around. But the ringing was persistent. Finally, I grabbed the phone. It felt cold in my hand, heavier than usual. I looked at the screen, unknown number. I answered. This time, something was different. There was a whisper. It was soft, hesitant at first, then clearer. It was my voice, but it wasn't me talking. It was my voice, whispering things I had never told anyone. At first, I thought I was imagining it. Maybe I was just tired or losing my mind. But the whispers kept coming, revealing secrets I had buried deep, thoughts and feelings I hadn't even admitted to myself. I heard myself talk about fears I never shared, moments of pain I locked away, things I was ashamed of. I could hear my own voice confessing secrets I didn't even remember holding on to. The whispers didn't feel like a voice coming from outside. It was as if the phone was channeling my own mind, whispering back my darkest thoughts. I was terrified. I threw the phone across the room. It hit the wall and cracked, but the ringing didn't stop. The cracked screen lit up again, glowing in the dark like some strange beacon. I looked at it, heart pounding. The whisper came again, louder this time, closer, like it was right next to my ear. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to answer the calls anymore, but somehow I felt pulled in, like the phone was holding something important for me, something I needed to hear, even if it scared me. I started to record the calls, trying to catch what exactly was being said. When I played back the recordings during the day, I only heard static and occasional faint breathing. No whispers. It was like the voice only appeared when I answered in the dark, alone. Days passed. I tried to live normally, but the calls became more frequent. I stopped leaving my phone out. I hid it in a drawer, left it at work, anything to avoid hearing the voice. But somehow, the phone found its way back to me every night, ringing at the same time, 2:13 a.m. I researched everything I could about phones, calls, stalkers, anything. Nothing explained what I was going through. No record of calls from an unknown number, no app or virus to blame. My phone's call log showed no incoming calls at all. It was like the calls were invisible, only I could hear them. Then, one night, something changed. The voice wasn't just whispering secrets anymore. It started to talk about things happening right then. Things in my apartment I hadn't moved or touched, sounds I didn't hear, shadows shifting in the corner of the room. It described the way I felt when I heard the phone ring, how my pulse jumped, how my hands trembled. It was like the voice knew me better than I knew myself. The whispers stopped being random secrets and became detailed observations. They told me about my daily routine, the small habits I never noticed about myself, like how I always cracked my knuckles when I was nervous or how I avoided looking at certain parts of my apartment. I felt watched, like something was inside me or around me, using my phone to speak. I stopped answering the calls completely. I put the phone in a locked box, buried it under clothes, and left it off for days. But at night, my phone would ring anyway, and I could hear the whispers faintly through the walls. It was as if the voice had escaped the phone. I started sleeping with the lights on. I didn't want to close my eyes because the whispers were louder when it was dark. Sometimes I could hear my own breathing in the silence, and it sounded wrong, like I was someone else. One night, I had a moment of panic and took the phone apart. I wanted to find something inside, a bug, a recording device, anything. But it was just a phone, nothing out of the ordinary. No extra chips, no strange wires. It hit me then. It wasn't the phone. It was me. I was losing myself in the breakup. My mind was breaking down, twisting my own thoughts and fears into something I couldn't control. The calls, the whispers, they were a product of my own anxiety and pain, my brain trying to cope in the only way it knew. I was calling myself. I was the unknown number. I was the breath and sobbing, the whispered secrets. It explained why no one else could hear it, why recordings were silent, why the phone showed no incoming calls. It was a mental loop I was trapped in. It was terrifying to realize that the enemy wasn't outside, it was inside me. But this realization also gave me something to hold on to. It was a terrible truth, but it meant I could fight it. I sought help. I talked to a therapist about the breakup, about the calls, the whispers. I told her everything, even the things I was afraid to admit to myself. Step by step, with her help, I started to untangle my thoughts from the noise in my head. The phone stopped ringing at 2:13 a.m. The whispers faded until they disappeared completely. I learned to manage the anxiety and the memories I thought I had lost control over. It took time, more than I ever thought it would. But eventually, I got to a place where my own voice was just my own voice again. Quiet, normal, and mine. And the phone? I never answered those unknown calls again. I turned it off every night and kept it far away from my bed. Because some battles aren't fought outside. Sometimes the scariest fight is inside your own mind. But it's a fight you can win. I stepped into the elevator late at night, the building eerily silent except for the soft hum of the elevator machinery. I was alone, carrying nothing but a small bag, heading down from the office after finishing some last-minute work. The building was mostly empty at this hour, with security, rounds being the only sign of life. I pressed the button for the lobby, and the door slid shut behind me with a quiet ding. The elevator started moving down, the floor numbers lighting up above the door, one by one, to 9-8. But suddenly it stopped. The number on the panel blinked oddly. It wasn't any floor I'd seen before. The number was something strange, like a letter mixed with a number, B7. I thought it might be a maintenance level or a basement area I didn't know about. The elevator made a faint mechanical noise, and then the door slid open. I glanced outside and was hit by an unusual stillness. The hallway was pitch black, except for the faint glow of emergency exit signs spaced far apart along the walls. No lights flickered overhead. It looked completely deserted. I should have stopped right there and pressed the close button, but something made me step out. Curiosity, maybe, or just the hope that the doors would close and I'd be back on my way in seconds. The floor was oddly cold under my shoes, the kind of cold that felt like the air had been trapped there for hours. The walls were painted an off-white color, peeling slightly at the edges, with long shadows stretching down the hall from the exit signs. I could see no doors along the walls, no rooms, nothing that suggested it was part of the building I knew. Just a long, empty corridor stretching off into the darkness. I took a few steps forward, the sound of my shoes echoing faintly, sharp and unnatural in the still air. The smell was different, too, stale, like the building had been closed off for months. My heart began to beat a little faster. The elevator doors stayed open behind me, inviting me back in, but I felt a pull forward instead. I wasn't sure why. Then I heard it. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, a faint tapping like footsteps, but heavier and quicker. They weren't coming from behind me. They were coming down the hallway toward me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The footsteps grew louder, faster, pounding closer like someone was running. My body tensed, every instinct screaming at me to turn and sprint back into the elevator. Before I could move, the elevator doors slammed shut with a hard thud. The sound echoed through the dark hallway, a solid finality that left me trapped out there. I stood frozen, heart pounding so loudly it felt like it might burst through my chest. The footsteps continued, closer now, the quick taps almost like a rhythmic pounding on the hard floor. I scanned the dark hallway, but I saw nothing. No shapes, no shadows, no signs of anyone. Just the dull red glow of the emergency exit signs flickering weakly. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. The footsteps stopped suddenly, leaving only my ragged breathing and the low buzz of the emergency lights. I took a careful step forward, my hand reaching out to touch the wall. It felt cold and rough beneath my fingertips, coated in a thin layer of dust. I tried the elevator call button on the wall, but nothing happened. No lights, no ding. Just dead silence. Panic started to creep in. I was alone, trapped in a dark, strange corridor on a floor that wasn't supposed to exist. I tried to remember the layout of the building, the security maps I'd seen during orientation, but nothing matched this place. There were no windows, no doors to offices or stairwells, nothing but that endless dark hallway. I forced myself to walk forward, hoping to find a staircase or an exit. Each step felt heavier, the silence pressing against me like a weight. My phone was in my bag, but no signal. The building's thick concrete walls swallowed any chance of a call for help. After what felt like an eternity, I spotted a door at the far end of the hallway, barely visible in the dim red light. I hurried toward it, relief washing over me as I reached for the handle. The door was locked. I pressed my ear against it, hoping to hear movement on the other side, footsteps, voices, anything. But there was only silence. My heart sank. I looked back down the hallway. The elevator doors were still closed, the panel flashing that strange B7 number. The only sound was the faint hum of the emergency lights. I leaned against the door, breath trembling. Time lost meaning. Minutes dragged on like hours. Suddenly, from somewhere far down the hall, I heard the footsteps again. Slow this time, deliberate. I didn't dare turn around. The footsteps stopped, right behind me. My skin prickled. I forced myself to turn, but there was nothing there. No one. I didn't wait to find out what else might be lurking. I shoved the locked door with all my strength, hoping for a weak latch or broken lock, but it didn't budge. Then I heard the faintest sound of a key turning in a lock behind me. I whipped around, searching for any sign of a person or movement. The hallway remained empty. Suddenly, the door I was leaning on clicked and the handle turned. The door swung open slowly, revealing a dimly lit stairwell, emergency lights buzzing overhead. Without hesitation, I stepped inside, slammed the door shut behind me, and ran up the stairs as fast as I could. Each step echoed off the concrete walls as I ascended, my breath short and quick. After a long climb, I burst through a door that led back to the familiar fluorescent lit maintenance floor I knew from before. My legs shook, but I didn't stop. I found the nearest stairwell and rushed down, finally reaching the lobby. The front doors were locked, so I hit the emergency exit button and the doors clicked open. I stepped outside into the cold night air, heart still pounding, but safe at last. Later, when I told security about the strange elevator stop and the dark hallway, they looked at me like I was crazy. The building blueprints didn't show any B7 floor, no extra hallways or doors like I described. They suggested maybe the elevator malfunctioned, or I had imagined the whole thing, stressed after a long day. But I know what I saw, and I'll never take that elevator alone again. I was alone in the office late at night, working on a project that had a tight deadline. The building was mostly empty by this time, just me and maybe a couple of night shift janitors scattered across the floors. My desk was near a large window that faced the parking lot outside. The hum of the fluorescent lights was steady, and the only other sound was the occasional tapping of my keyboard. The clock on the wall showed it was just past midnight. I had been typing for hours, eyes tired and body aching, but I wanted to finish as much as I could before leaving. The office was quiet, peaceful in a way, but also a little unnerving because it was so empty. Sometimes the silence felt too heavy, like it was waiting for something to happen. I glanced up from my screen to stretch my neck. The window was dark, except for the faint glow of the streetlights outside. I thought I saw something move just out of the corner of my eye. It was a quick movement, like a shadow slipping past. I blinked and shook my head, thinking maybe it was just a trick of the light. Then, without warning, I saw a face pressed right up against the glass. It was close, so close I could see the skin pulling tight, the shape of a nose and a mouth. But something about it was wrong. There were no eyes. Instead, where the eyes should have been, there were two deep black holes, empty, dark, like nothing was there at all. The face wasn't pale or glowing. It was the same color as someone who'd been outside in the cold, but it wasn't human. It didn't blink, didn't move, just stared at me through those hollow sockets. I froze. My heart jumped and thudded in my chest. My breathing became shallow. I stared back, unable to look away but wanting to. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds, I blinked. When my eyes opened again, the face was gone. The window was empty, just the dark parking lot outside. I sat there for a moment, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Maybe it was someone playing a prank. But who would be outside here, this late, at an office building with security cameras everywhere? And if it was a person, why no eyes? I grabbed my phone and called security. The line rang. Then a tired voice answered. sounding like they had been woken from a nap. I told them what I saw, the face pressed against the window, the empty eye sockets, everything. They told me they'd check around the building, but when they came back a few minutes later, they said no one was around. No footprints, no cars, no signs of anyone outside the window. I asked if the cameras showed anything. They said they'd look and get back to me. I sat back down, heart still racing. I tried to focus on my work again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every time I looked at the window, I half expected the face to be there again. Minutes passed, and I kept glancing outside. The parking lot was empty. The streetlights flickered slightly. The wind picked up a bit, making the trees outside rustle and casting shadows that moved on the walls inside. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, stress from working late, tired eyes playing tricks. Then my phone buzzed. It was a message from security. They had checked the cameras and didn't see anyone near my window at all. The footage showed the empty parking lot, nothing unusual. But the weird thing was the camera right outside my office window seemed to cut out for a few seconds during the time I said I saw the face. I frowned. How could the camera just stop working for a few seconds like that? I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I decided to call the building maintenance to report the camera issue. Maybe it was just a technical glitch. But when I asked if anyone had been near my window during that time, they said no. The night janitor had been on the other side of the building, and the security guards were all accounted for inside the building. I sat back down again, feeling tired and confused. I tried to convince myself to stay calm and keep working, but I was jumpy now. Every sound, the creak of the building settling, the distant hum of the air conditioning, felt amplified. My eyes kept drifting to the window, half expecting to see those hollow eyes staring back. Then I noticed something else. There were faint smudges on the glass, right where the face had pressed against it. It looked like someone had put their hand flat on the window. The marks were faint, but definitely there. I wiped at the glass with my sleeve, but the smudges didn't come off. I stood up and walked to the window, looking out into the dark parking lot. The lot was empty except for a few cars parked far away, near the main entrance. The trees were swaying in the breeze. No one was there. The building was quiet. I touched the glass where the smudges were, my skin cold against it. I wondered if someone had actually been out there, maybe someone with some kind of illness or injury that made their eyes look like empty holes. But no matter how I thought about it, it didn't add up. The face had been too still, too unnatural. I sat back down and turned on the bright overhead light to shake the darkness away. The harsh white light filled the office, making shadows sharp and defined. But the light also made the window look like a mirror. I saw my own tired face reflected in the glass, eyes wide and blinking rapidly. I kept working, trying to focus on the report I had to finish by morning. My hands felt cold, and my mind kept wandering back to that face. What had I really seen? Was it some kind of prank or a sick joke? Was it a person with a terrible injury, or was my mind playing tricks after too many hours awake? The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. I decided to pack up my things and leave as soon as I finished this last section. I didn't want to be alone here anymore. As I stood to grab my bag, I noticed movement outside again. I looked up, heart pounding, but it was just a raccoon darting across the parking lot. I laughed nervously at myself for getting so scared over something so normal. I turned back to my desk, ready to finish up. Then something caught my eye. A shadow was moving quickly past the window's edge. I blinked and it was gone. I shook my head and told myself to get out of here. I grabbed my coat and headed for the door. The hallway was empty and cold. As I walked past the security desk, I saw the guard watching the camera screens. I asked if he had seen anything strange. He shook his head, said it was just a normal quiet night. I thanked him and hurried out to my car. The night air was cold and fresh. I locked the car doors and started the engine. As I looked in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw a dark shape standing across the lot, just beyond the edge of the lights. I blinked and it was gone. The next day, I reported everything to the building manager. They reviewed all the security footage again and checked the cameras thoroughly. They found no one had been near my window and no signs of forced entry or tampering. The camera that cut out was never explained. Maintenance said it might have been a glitch, but couldn't be sure. I asked around, and no one else had seen anything strange. The janitors, the guards, other employees, all said the building was quiet and normal. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me that night. After that, I asked to be moved to an office without windows. I never saw the face again, but sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone and the lights are low, I still think about those empty eye sockets staring back at me. It wasn't a ghost or a monster from Story. It was something real, something human maybe or not. Something that didn't belong outside my window. And that's what scares me the most. Walking home at night was something I had done hundreds of times before without any trouble. The streets were usually quiet after dark, the only sounds being the soft rustling of leaves in the wind or the distant hum of a car passing by once in a while. It was a short walk from the bus stop to my apartment, just a few blocks through a neighborhood with dim streetlights and mostly empty sidewalks. I always felt safe enough, knowing most of the houses were occupied and that I could be home in just 5 or 10 minutes. That night, the air was colder than usual. The wind was sharper, cutting through my jacket and making me pull the collar up around my neck. The streetlights flickered sometimes, casting long shadows on the cracked pavement. I had my headphones in listening to podcasts, but I kept the volume low so I could hear what was going on around me. The usual calm feeling was there at first, but something changed as I walked. I started to notice a shadow that seemed to move exactly as I did. At first, I thought it was my imagination, maybe a trick of the light or some tree branches shaking. But the more I looked, the clearer it became. The shadow matched every step I took. Every time I turned my head, it stayed in the same spot behind me, perfectly synced. I stopped walking and turned around quickly, hoping to catch whoever or whatever was there. While I faced the shadow directly, it froze. It didn't move a muscle, just stood there still. The shape was tall and thin, but I couldn't make out any real features. It wasn't a person stepping out of the dark, it was just that dark shape. The streetlight above flickered again, but the shadow didn't change or blur. It just stayed exactly where it was, watching me. I could feel my heart pounding hard against my chest, like it was trying to break free. I started to run. My footsteps echoed loudly on the pavement as I sprinted toward my apartment. I didn't look back this time. The shadow stayed behind me, moving forward slowly but surely. I could feel it there, almost like a heavy weight pressing on my back. When I reached the door of my building, my hand was shaking so badly, I fumbled with the keys. Finally, I managed to unlock it and slam the door behind me. Inside the dimly lit hallway, I quickly locked every door I could find. Front door, back door, even the windows near the ground floor. I checked each lock twice, and I pressed my back against the wall, breathing hard, trying to calm down. But even inside, I could feel the shadow outside. It was standing still on the other side of the glass, just watching. No movement, no sound, just a dark shape waiting. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the window, eyes glued to the street below. The shadow never left. It stayed outside for hours until the first rays of sunlight started to break through the darkness. When morning came, the shadow disappeared. Over the next few days, I avoided going out after dark. I told myself it was just some stranger who wanted to scare me, but nothing happened again. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me, something that didn't want me to be safe. A week later, I found out from a neighbor that a man had been seen lurking in the area around the same time. The police said he was connected to a series of break-ins nearby. No one knew where he had gone after that night, but it made sense why the shadow had followed me. Someone watching, waiting for the right moment. After that, I always made sure to walk with others if I had to go out at night. And every time I heard a strange sound or saw a shadow close behind me, I didn't hesitate to run straight home, lock the doors, and keep watch until daylight came again. The shadow wasn't a ghost or a trick. It was a real danger, and I knew better than to let it catch me. Moving into the old apartment was supposed to be a fresh start for me. After months of searching, I finally found a place that was affordable enough to rent on my own, tucked away in a quiet older part of the city. The building itself looked like it hadn't been touched for decades. Cracked paint on the walls, creaky wooden floors, and that stale, musty smell that old places have. The landlord warned me it was an old building with character, but nothing about it being unsafe. The rent was low, and the location was convenient, so I signed the lease without hesitation. When I first stepped inside the apartment, it felt strange but oddly comfortable. The ceiling was high, and there were big windows that let in sunlight during the day. The walls had faded wallpaper with a pattern I couldn't quite place, peeling a little at the edges. The kitchen was small, with old cabinets and a sink that had some rust around the edges. The bathroom was tiny but functional. There was some dust and dirt left from previous tenants, but nothing a good cleaning wouldn't fix. The first few days passed quietly. I was busy unpacking and getting things organized. One evening, while I was hanging some pictures on the wall in the living room, I noticed a slight bulge behind one section of the wall near the corner. It looked like the wallpaper was uneven and the wall felt different when I pushed against it. Curious, I grabbed a screwdriver and gently pried at the baseboard. Underneath was a narrow panel, almost like a door, but hidden behind the wall. It took some effort, but I managed to open the panel. Behind it was a narrow crawl space, maybe 2 feet wide and 5 feet deep, hidden from plain sight. The air inside smelled stale and dry, like a forgotten attic. There was a thin layer of dust on everything, and the walls inside were rough, with old cracked plaster. At the back of the crawl space, there was an old wooden door, very worn and covered in scratches and marks. The door had a rusty latch, but no lock. I hesitated, but pushed it open. Inside was a small, windowless room, probably no bigger than 8 by 10 feet. The floor was covered in thick dust, and everything inside looked frozen in time. Scattered around were old toys, wooden soldiers with chipped paint, porcelain dolls with cracked faces, and a few stuffed animals that had faded colors and stuffing poking out. On the far wall, yellowed photographs were taped in an uneven row. They were all black and white, worn at the edges, and showed groups of children smiling at the camera. None of them looked familiar. Their clothing seemed from the 1950s or earlier. I felt a chill run down my spine, but it was mostly from surprise and confusion. Who had these children been? Why was this room hidden? And why had no one mentioned it when I rented the place? I closed the door and secured the panel again, planning to ask the landlord about it the next day. When I saw him, I asked casually if he knew anything about the hidden room. He froze for a second, looked me in the eye, then said, "There's some old storage space behind that wall, probably left over from the building's original design. Nothing important, just junk. No one has been in there for years." That was it. No mention of the toys or photos. I pressed no further. That night, I went to bed as usual, but as the apartment grew quiet, I began to notice something strange. Faint noises coming from the direction of the hidden room. At first, I thought it was the building settling. Old buildings make noises like that all the time. But the sounds were different. They were light, rhythmic, laughter. Children laughing softly, followed by footsteps that sounded like little feet padding on wood. I stayed still in bed, straining to listen. The laughter faded after a few minutes, replaced by silence. I told myself it was my imagination, maybe some distant noise from outside or echoes from the hallway. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was coming from a wall. Over the next week, the sounds became more frequent. Sometimes it was laughter, sometimes the soft patter of footsteps moving back and forth. Other times, I heard the faint jingle of metal, like tiny bells or a rattle toy being shaken. I checked the hidden panel every time, but the door was always closed and locked with the rusty latch. One night, I decided to stay awake and listen. I sat quietly in the living room, with my ear pressed to the wall near the hidden room. Around midnight, the sound started again. The laughter was clearer this time, happy and light, but not playful, more like a recording playing over and over. The footsteps came and went in a slow pattern, almost like someone was pacing. I checked my phone and the clock. I wasn't dreaming or imagining it. I called the landlord again the next day, asking if any previous tenants had ever mentioned strange noises. He looked uneasy and told me no one had complained, but added that the building had a history. Years ago, it used to be a small private orphanage. I was stunned. An orphanage? In this building? He explained that back in the early 1900s, The building had housed children who were left without families, cared for by a small group of caretakers, but had closed suddenly after some financial trouble. No one had lived there since then until it was converted into apartments decades later. This explained the children's photos and toys. But why the noises? I thought maybe the old pipes or the building's creaky structure were causing sounds that just happened to sound like children. Still, it was unsettling. I started spending more time near the hidden room during the day, examining the photos and toys more closely. The photographs showed kids with names scribbled faintly on the back, but the handwriting was smudged or faded. The toys were all carefully placed. None were broken or scattered like they had been tossed in a hurry. It felt like someone had arranged them with care. One afternoon, I found an old notebook behind some boxes in the crawl space. It was a journal from one of the caretakers dated back to the 1930s. The entries were brief but revealing. The caretaker wrote about the children's daily lives, the struggles they faced, and how the orphanage had tried to keep things normal despite the hardships. But one entry caught my eye. It mentioned a quiet room, where some children were sent to be alone when they misbehaved or when caretakers needed a moment without disturbance. The tone was clinical, almost cold, describing the room as small, with a locked door, and nothing inside except a few old toys to keep the children company. The journal hinted that some children were kept in the quiet room for hours or even days, sometimes as punishment. The caretaker wrote that it was necessary for order, but also mentioned that the children would cry and beg to be let out. I sat back, feeling the weight of those words. The hidden room was that quiet room. The more I learned, the heavier the atmosphere in the apartment felt. At night, the laughter and footsteps persisted. It wasn't friendly laughter. It sounded empty, like echoes of past moments repeating themselves in the silence. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I went to the hidden room, unlocked the door, and stood inside. The air was thick with dust and old memories. The toys looked worn but carefully placed. I ran my fingers along the wall, imagining the small bodies that had once been trapped here, waiting and hoping for freedom. I realized the sounds I heard were not ghosts or spirits, but likely old pipes, the building's creaking, and maybe even rats or small animals in the walls. My mind had turned the noises into laughter and footsteps, filling the empty space with echoes of what once was. Still, the weight of the history was real. The quiet room was a reminder of a harsher time, a time when children suffered behind locked doors and silence was the only punishment they knew. In the weeks that followed, I took down the old photos and carefully packed the toys into a box. I cleaned the hidden room as best as I could and left the door open, removing the latch entirely. I wanted to let the air move freely, to stop feeling like the room was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I reported the discovery and history to the landlord and city officials. Eventually, the building was inspected and marked for renovations. They promised to turn the hidden room into a small storage closet or maybe even remove the false wall completely. Living there became easier. The sound stopped as the building settled and the walls were repaired. I still think about the children sometimes, about how the past leaves its marks in places we least expect. That old apartment wasn't haunted by ghosts, but by memories. And sometimes, those memories can feel just as loud and real as anything else. I arrived at my friend's house just before sunset. The sky was a dull gray, the kind of day that felt heavy and still. I had never been to this particular place before, even though I'd known my friend for years. The house was older, set back from the street behind thick bushes and tall trees that shadowed the driveway. It looked quiet, almost too quiet for a weekday evening. When my friend opened the door, their face was bright and welcoming, but there was something about the way they glanced over their shoulder as they stepped aside that made me feel a little uneasy. I shrugged it off. Sometimes old houses have that effect. Inside, the air was cooler, smelled faintly of dust, and something else I couldn't place, maybe damp wood or old paint. The floors creaked softly under my feet as I followed my friend through the hallway. It was a narrow house, filled with mismatched furniture and old pictures hanging crookedly on the walls. I noticed how the curtains were drawn tight in every room, blocking out the last of the daylight. Maybe the house was colder than I expected. As we moved from the living room to the kitchen, my eyes caught a door at the end of the hallway. It was smaller than the others, with peeling paint and a rusty handle. What stood out was that the door was locked from the inside. I pointed it out, asking casually why it was locked. My friend's smile tightened just a bit before they said it was an old storage closet. They explained it hadn't been used in years and that the lock was probably stuck. I nodded, but curiosity stuck with me. Why lock a storage closet from the inside? Usually, you'd lock a door from the outside to keep people out, not inside. The thought stayed in my mind as the evening went on. We spent the next few hours talking, laughing quietly in the living room while a low light bulb buzzed overhead. The rest of the house felt silent, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the soft scratch of a clock ticking somewhere down the hall. My friend was busy with some work on her laptop, and I leaned back on the worn-out couch, half listening. Just after midnight, I was about to head to the bathroom when I heard it, a soft, persistent scratching coming from that locked door down the hall. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, maybe a loose shutter rattling in the wind. But the noise grew clearer, sharper. It sounded like something was trying to get out. I froze, my heart picking up speed. The scratching was followed by low murmurs, almost like muffled voices. I strained to listen, but they were too quiet to understand. Whoever, or whatever, was behind that door wasn't supposed to be there. I walked closer, the floor cold under my bare feet. The scratching stopped the moment I got near. I pressed my ear to the door, but all I could hear was silence. I called my friend over and asked again what was behind the door. They laughed nervously and said there was nothing there. Maybe rats or some old pipes making noise. I didn't believe them, but I didn't push it. Instead, I decided to watch and wait. The hours crawled by. Every so often, I'd hear the scratching again, sometimes paired with low whispers that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was nothing, that old houses make weird noises. But deep down, I felt wrong. I kept glancing at that door, imagining what could be trapped inside. Around 3 a.m., the noises got worse. The scratching turned to frantic clawing, as if someone or something was desperate to break free. The muffled voices grew louder, sounding frantic, angry maybe, but I still couldn't make out the words. The door shook slightly with every scrape. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a screwdriver from a drawer. I didn't know if it would help, but I had to try to open the door. My hands trembled as I crouched and started working on the rusty lock. It was stuck fast. I pulled harder, but the lock didn't budge. Suddenly, the scratching stopped again. Dead silence. I waited, heart pounding. Then I heard a soft thump on the other side of the door, like something heavy falling. Then another. I stood up and backed away slowly, breathing hard. My friend appeared at the end of the hall, bleary-eyed and pale. They told me to stop messing with the door and try to get some sleep. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat in the living room, eyes fixed on the hallway. Every few minutes, the noises would start up again, scratching, clawing, thumping. I couldn't explain it, and my friend wouldn't talk about it anymore. They avoided the door, avoided my questions. It was like the door itself was a wall between two worlds. The next morning, I woke to sunlight filtering weakly through the windows. My friend was quiet, almost distant. I asked one last time what was behind the door, but they shook their head and said it was nothing, just old junk. I couldn't accept that. I decided to call a locksmith, even though I wasn't sure if my friend would allow it. I needed to know. I needed to see what was behind that door. After a few tense moments, my friend agreed, but their face was tight with worry. The locksmith arrived mid-morning. He was an older man with steady hands and a calm voice. He inspected the lock and set to work. The whole house seemed to hold its breath as the screwdriver twisted and the lock clicked open. When the door swung wide, I braced myself. Inside was not what I expected. The closet was small, cramped, filled with old boxes, broken furniture, and layers of dust. Nothing alive, no one trapped, no hidden room beyond. But then I noticed it. The floor was scratched up like crazy, that would gouge deep in uneven patterns. And on the far wall, a small vent was covered by a thin metal grate, barely big enough for a hand to fit through. Behind that vent, I could faintly hear the faintest sound, soft scratching, as if someone or something was behind it. We removed the grate carefully. Inside, the wall cavity was dark and empty, but the sound came again. Low scratching, faint whispers just beyond reach. It was impossible. There was no way anything could be hiding there. My friend looked at me, pale and tense. We called the police, thinking someone might be trapped or hiding in the walls. They searched the whole house, every inch. Nothing. No one. No signs of entry or hiding. Later, I learned the house had once been part of an old factory site, and the previous owners had sealed off parts of the walls during renovations. The vent was supposed to be an air duct, but it led to a dead end. The strange sounds? Turns out the old pipes in the walls were loose and banging against each other. The scratching was probably small animals trapped in the vents, trying to escape. Still, knowing the explanation didn't ease the feeling of unease that stuck with me long after I left that house. Sometimes, the most ordinary things can feel terrifying when you don't understand them. That locked door, the hidden vent, the scratching in the walls, they were all real. But what scared me the most wasn't ghosts or monsters. It was how close we came to never knowing what was really behind that door, and how sometimes the unknown is a quiet, living thing struggling just out of sight. Driving late at night on a lonely highway is never comfortable. The road stretched ahead in a thin ribbon of silver under the faint glow of my headlights. The sky was heavy with clouds, blocking out any moonlight, leaving everything around me swallowed by darkness. Trees lined both sides of the road like silent sentinels, their branches occasionally brushing the edges of my vision as I passed by. The only sounds were the hum of the engine and the tires rolling steadily over the asphalt. I had been on the road for hours, trying to get home after a long day. The highway was mostly empty, which usually made for an easy drive, but at this hour, it also felt eerie. The way the road curved slightly here and there, the shadows twisting in the corners of my eyes, everything was playing tricks on me. I was tired, but there was no place safe to stop, no rest areas or gas stations nearby. Just me, the car, and the night. As I drove, the radio was playing a soft rock station, some slow song I barely recognized. The volume was low. I liked to keep it just loud enough to fill the silence, but not enough to distract me. The warm air from the heater kept the windows from fogging up, and the car's interior felt like a small, protective bubble against the cold world outside. Suddenly, a sharp chill ran down my spine. I felt it before I heard it, a cold breath like someone exhaling right on the back of my neck. I froze for a moment, heart pounding, muscles tense. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror instinctively. The reflection showed the empty back seat. No one was there. My breath hitched. I shook my head slightly, telling myself it was just my imagination. Maybe the air vent had shifted or some sudden draft sneaked in through the window seals. I tried to focus back on the road, but the feeling wouldn't go away. The cold sensation lingered like a shadow pressing against me. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I took a deep breath and glanced back at the mirror again, still empty. The headlights barely reached beyond the road ahead, and the blackness behind the car seemed endless. Suddenly, without warning, the radio switched from music to static. The crackling white noise filled the car, loud and harsh, making me flinch. I reached out with a shaky hand to turn the dial, but before I could, a soft whisper hissed through the speakers, cutting through the static. The voice was barely audible, but clear enough to make me freeze in my seat. It said, "Don't look back." The hairs on my arms rose as I gripped the steering wheel tighter. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I had just heard. Was it a trick of the radio? A prank? Or was I losing my mind? The rational part of me screamed to ignore it, but the instinctual part, the part that keeps you alive in moments like this, urged me to keep moving forward without turning around. I forced my eyes back on the road. The beam of my headlights caught a faint flicker in the distance, a shadow moving just at the edge of the trees. It was gone before I could get a clear look. The road seemed to narrow, and the air in the car grew heavier, like the space around me was tightening. The highway was winding now, dipping into shallow valleys and rising over small hills. The sound of the engine filled the silence between my thoughts. My fingers tightened their grip on the wheel, knuckles white. I realized I hadn't blinked in what felt like minutes. The static on the radio lingered, but the whisper didn't come again. I fiddled with the dial, but no matter what I did, the station wouldn't come back. Finally, I hit the power button and shut the radio off. Silence returned, but the tension in the car only grew. The temperature seemed to drop further. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and rolled the window up, even though it was already closed. The feeling on my neck faded, but a new unease settled in. I glanced into the rearview mirror once more. The empty back seat stared back at me, but now the darkness in the glass seemed deeper, more oppressive. I told myself to calm down. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I'd been driving too long and my brain was playing tricks. I thought about pulling over somewhere safe, maybe resting for a while, but no exit signs had appeared for miles. The road ahead was straight for now, and the headlights illuminated the wet sheen of the asphalt from an earlier rain. It glistened under the beams, reflecting the lines painted down the middle. I focused on the road's texture, counting the cracks and patches, trying to keep my mind busy. Then, something caught my eye out of the corner of my vision. Just a brief movement, like a flash of something white by the tree line. I jerked my head quickly to look, but there was nothing there. Only the dense black shadows and the rustling of leaves. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. I tried to slow my breathing, but my heart pounded loud in my ears. I pulled my eyes back to the road and scanned the side mirrors. The left one showed nothing but dark trees and the faint glimmer of distant stars. The right one caught a glimpse of the empty highway stretching behind me. No cars or lights. Then, something unexpected happened. In the right side mirror, a pair of headlights appeared, far behind but growing quickly. They were bright, almost blinding, cutting through the dark like twin lasers. I squinted, trying to judge the distance. The car behind me was moving fast, closing in with alarming speed. I checked my speedometer. I was going about 65 miles per hour, the speed limit for this stretch of highway. The other car was clearly speeding. My heart raced even faster. I considered moving over to the shoulder to let it pass, but the shoulder was narrow and littered with rocks and debris. The headlights came closer, their intensity overwhelming. I felt the wind shift as the other car moved alongside me on the left. I stole a glance, but I couldn't see who was driving. The window was too dark, and the glare of their lights blinded me. The presence unsettled me deeply. This wasn't just a normal car passing by. The way it moved close and fast felt aggressive. I instinctively slowed down a little, hoping to lose it or make it pass. But instead, the car matched my speed, then suddenly swerved right in front of me and slammed on the brakes. I slammed on my own brakes, the tires screeching against the asphalt. My heart was in my throat. The other car stopped completely, its headlights stabbing into the night. I had to stop too, a distance between us now a few feet. I looked ahead through the windshield. The other car's window rolled down slowly. A man's face appeared, but the glare made it hard to see details. He stared at me with a fixed, cold gaze. I didn't move. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Then the car suddenly sped off, leaving a trail of dust and gravel behind. The sound of its engine faded quickly into the distance. I sat there for a moment, breathing hard, trying to calm down. Was that some kind of warning? A threat? I wasn't sure. I forced myself to start the engine again and put the car in gear. The highway ahead looked empty. I pushed the gas pedal gently, letting the car roll forward slowly. My mind replayed the whole event. The breath on my neck, the whisper in the static, the speeding car, the man's cold stare. I decided I needed to get off this highway as soon as possible. I watched carefully for the next exit, a small sign showing the way to a town about 5 miles ahead. The road curved sharply, and I slowed down to take it safely. The exit led to a narrow, two-lane road winding through the forest. The trees closed in tightly, their branches almost brushing the car as I drove. The darkness felt less threatening here, surrounded by nature rather than the endless stretch of highway. After a few miles, I reached a small gas station. its flickering lights a welcome sight. I pulled in and parked near the pumps. The station was quiet, but the bright lights made me feel safer. Inside, a tired-looking clerk nodded at me as I bought a bottle of water. Outside again, I took a deep breath, letting the cold air fill my lungs. I looked at my car, the quiet machine that had carried me through all that fear. My fingers still trembled slightly as I climbed back in. I started the engine and checked my mirrors one last time. The highway behind me was empty. The feeling of being watched was gone, replaced by a quiet calm. I wasn't sure what had happened back there, but I knew one thing. Sometimes it's better not to look back. I drove on, slower now, keeping to the lit roads and sticking to towns and highways with plenty of cars and people. The night had been long, and the road had taught me a lesson about paying attention, trusting my instincts, and knowing when to get out. The darkness might hide many things, but sometimes the scariest moments come not from what's seen or imagined, but from the weight of silence and the strange things the mind notices when alone in the night. By the time dawn broke, I was safe home, the memory of that night still vivid in my mind. The breath on my neck, the whisper on the radio, the speeding car, all real enough to remind me that sometimes the road at night has its own warnings, and it's best to listen without looking back. I was house sitting for a friend one weekend. It was a quiet neighborhood, mostly older homes with big trees lining the streets, and I liked the calm it brought. The house itself was a two-story with creaky wooden floors and a lot of old furniture that gave it character. I wasn't expecting anything strange, just a few days alone while my friend was out of town. I planned to catch up on some reading, maybe watch a few movies, and enjoy the quiet. The first night, everything felt normal. I settled in the living room with a thick paperback book I'd been meaning to finish. The only light in the room was a small lamp on the side table, casting soft pools of yellow light over the worn couch. Outside, I could hear the occasional car passing by and the wind rustling through the trees. It was late, past midnight, but I felt comfortable, wrapped up in the story. I wasn't worried at all. Then, sometime around 1 a.m., I heard it. A soft but definite noise like footsteps coming from upstairs. At first, I thought maybe I'd imagined it. The house was old, and old houses make noises. Floors settle, pipes groan, wind whistles through cracks. But the footsteps were clear, steady, slow. They weren't coming from outside. They were above me, moving across the wooden floor of the second story. I froze for a moment. I wanted to convince myself it was just the house settling, but the sound was too deliberate. Then I called out softly, "Who's there?" My voice sounded strange in the quiet house, a little shaky. No answer, just silence. My heart started to beat faster. I felt a sudden chill, even though the heater was on and the room was warm. The book slipped from my hands. I got up slowly, trying not to make any noise. I didn't want to just stand there and listen anymore. I made my way toward the staircase, careful on the creaky steps. I paused halfway up, listening. The footsteps had stopped. I reached the top landing and looked down the long hallway. The house had 3 bedrooms upstairs and a bathroom at the end of the hall. Everything looked normal. The doors were closed, no sign of anyone or anything. I moved down the hall, checking each door carefully. The first bedroom was empty. I opened the door quietly, peeking inside. The room was dimly lit by the moonlight coming through the window. Nothing was out of place. I closed the door and moved to the next one. Same thing, empty and still. Finally, I reached the bathroom. It was dark inside. I flicked on a light switch, and the harsh fluorescent light buzzed on. The room was clean and empty. I checked the tub and shower, no one hiding there. The sink cabinet was closed, the mirror reflecting the empty room. I felt a little foolish. Maybe it really was the house settling, or a squirrel or something outside on the roof. I started to relax again and was about to head back downstairs when I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were right behind me, coming down the hall. I spun around quickly, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. There was no one there. The hallway was empty. I strained my eyes, looking into the darkness at the end of the hall, but nothing moved. No sound except the faint hum of the heater. I called out again, "Hello? Is someone there?" Still nothing. I I swallowed hard and took a step backward, my hands trembling slightly. I knew I should just get out of the house, call my friend, maybe call the police if I had to, but I didn't want to cause a scene or seem crazy. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination. I went down the stairs quickly this time, not looking back. When I reached the living room, I locked the door behind me and checked all the windows. They were all closed and locked tight. The curtains were drawn, so no one could see inside. I felt a little safer, but not entirely calm. I sat back down on the couch and tried to read again, but my mind kept wandering back to those footsteps. Every time I heard a creak or a groan from the house, I jumped. I kept glancing at the staircase, expecting to see someone coming down. Hours passed like this. The quiet was unbearable. My eyes burned from trying to focus on the book, but I couldn't concentrate. I thought about going to bed, but the idea of being alone in that house, in that dark room with no idea what was upstairs, terrified me. Around 3 a.m., I decided to check the house again, this time more carefully and thoroughly. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and went upstairs, shining the beam into every corner and closet. I checked under the beds and behind the doors. Every room was empty, exactly as it should be. When I reached the hallway, I noticed something I hadn't before. At the far end, near the bathroom, the carpet looked different, like it had been moved or disturbed recently. I bent down and touched it. The carpet was slightly loose, not fixed to the floor properly. I pulled at the edge and felt something underneath. My heart raced as I lifted the carpet further. Beneath it was a small trapdoor about 2 feet square that I hadn't noticed before because the carpet covered it so well. I felt a sudden rush of cold fear, but also curiosity. I reached for the handle and pulled it up. Underneath was a narrow set of wooden stairs leading down into darkness. It smelled musty and old, like a basement or cellar that hadn't been opened in years. I didn't know what I would find down there, but I knew it explained the footsteps, someone or something moving quietly beneath the house. I debated what to do next. Calling the police seemed like the safest choice, but I didn't want to make a big deal if it turned out to be nothing. Still, I couldn't stay in the house without knowing what was there. I decided to take a quick look down the stairs, shining my flashlight into the dark. The stairs creaked under my weight, and I moved slowly, listening for any sounds. At the bottom, I saw a small dirt floor with old boxes and tools scattered around. It looked like an unfinished cellar or crawl space. As I moved forward, the flashlight beam caught something metallic, a rusty lockbox. I stepped closer and examined it, but it was old and locked tight. Suddenly, I heard a faint noise behind me, like breathing or shuffling. I spun around. No one was there. I wanted to run back upstairs, but my legs felt frozen. That's when I realized the door to the trapdoor was starting to close on its own, pushed by a slow but steady force. I lunged forward, grabbing the handle, and held it open with all my strength. The door wouldn't budge. The footsteps from before echoed again, louder this time, but this time they sounded like they were coming from beneath the house, from the cellar itself. I felt completely trapped, scared, and alone. I stayed there for a long moment, frozen with the door in my hands, then heard the front door slam downstairs. That was when I knew someone had been in the house, someone who didn't want to be found. Without thinking, I rushed back up the stairs, locked the trapdoor, and ran to the front door. I grabbed my phone and called my friend. I told them everything, how I'd heard footsteps, found a trapdoor, and the front door slamming. They were shocked and told me to leave immediately and call the police. I packed my things quickly and left the house, looking back only once. The street was empty and quiet again, but I didn't feel safe. I drove to a nearby all-night diner and waited for the police with my friend on the phone, still shaken. When the police came, they searched the house thoroughly. They found evidence someone had been living in the cellar, old blankets, food wrappers, and a makeshift bed hidden from sight. Whoever it was had been sneaking around the house, making the footsteps I heard. They told me this sort of thing wasn't common, but it did happen. People hiding in empty or unattended houses, sometimes for days or weeks. I was lucky to have noticed the trapdoor and called for help when I did. After that night, I never stayed in that house again. I learned that sometimes the scariest things are not ghosts or monsters, but the very real fear of someone invading your space, someone you don't know, quietly watching and waiting in the dark. It was a lesson in paying attention to the little things and trusting your instincts. And no matter how much you want to believe it's just the house making noises, sometimes it's not. It started when the moving truck pulled up next door. I noticed it because our street was usually quiet. People came and went, but not often all in one day like this. The truck was big, old, and rusty, with faded paint peeling off in places. A man wearing a dirty hat and a stained shirt got out. He moved boxes and furniture into the house next to mine. I watched from my window as he worked, but I never saw anyone else with him. Just him. That was the first strange thing. After that day, I never saw the new neighbor outside again. Not once. No matter the time of day, no lights ever flicked on that showed anyone moving around. The curtains were always drawn tightly shut, blocking every glimpse inside. It was like the house was sealed off from the world. At first, I thought maybe the person just kept to themselves, someone shy or private. But the house wasn't empty. Lights would flicker on in random rooms, sometimes, usually late at night or very early in the morning. I figured the person was awake, maybe working odd hours, but never stepping outside. At night, things got worse. I'd be lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when I'd start to hear things coming from next door. At first, it was faint, barely audible, soft scratching noises like nails against wood or maybe metal. The sound didn't follow any pattern. Sometimes it came in bursts, sometimes slow and steady. I couldn't tell if it was inside the walls or outside under the porch, but it wasn't normal. It didn't sound like an animal or the wind. Then came the whispers. They were soft, low, almost like someone muttering to themselves or trying to be quiet. I could never make out the words, but the tone was unsettling, almost angry or desperate. The whispers seemed to come from every corner of the house, as if whoever was inside was moving from room to room, but always close to the walls. At times, it felt like the sounds pressed against my own walls, making the air thick and heavy in my bedroom. One night, I got up to look out my window and see if the neighbor's porch light was on. There was no light, but the whispers grew louder for a moment and then stopped all at once, like a switch was flipped. I stared at the dark window across from mine, half expecting to see a shadow move, but nothing did. The house stayed silent, its windows black and empty like eyes without pupils. Weeks went by like this. The scratching and whispers happened nearly every night, always starting around midnight. I started dreading bedtime, knowing I wouldn't get real rest. I tried to explain it to friends, but they said I was imagining things. Maybe I was tired or stressed. Maybe it was just the house settling or rats in the walls. But it didn't feel like any of that. This felt different. I began watching the neighbor's house more carefully during the day, hoping to catch a glimpse of the person inside. Sometimes, I'd see faint movements behind the curtains, a shadow crossing quickly or the brief flicker of a hand. But the curtains never opened. The windows never changed. It was as if the house was alive, breathing in slow, quiet rhythms. Then one afternoon, something happened that I still can't explain. I was watering my front garden when the neighbor's dog. Yes, there was a dog, though I'd never seen it before, slipped out the side gate and started running toward my yard. The dog was small, mangy, with patches of fur missing and a thin body that looked starved. It didn't bark or growl, just ran straight up to me and sat at my feet, looking up with wide, nervous eyes. I looked around for the neighbor, but no one came. I tried calling the dog, but it didn't respond to my voice. After a moment, it just got up and ran back toward the house. That was the only time I saw the dog outside. It didn't come again. I thought about knocking on the neighbor's door to ask about the dog, maybe find out who they were, but something held me back. Maybe it was the way the dog looked at me, like it was scared, like it didn't want to be there. Or maybe it was the way the house seemed to swallow all sound and light whenever I got close. I never found the courage. One night, after the scratching and whispering started again, I couldn't take it. I got up, grabbed a flashlight, and quietly crept to my window to peek at the neighbor's house. The street was empty, the moon casting pale light on the quiet homes. I saw the curtains of the living room twitch just a little, like something moved behind them. I held my breath and leaned closer. Through a small crack in the curtains, I saw a figure standing very still. It was facing away from me, looking toward the far wall. The shape was thin, tall, but what caught me off guard was the face, or rather, what should have been a face. It wasn't like any face I had ever seen before. It wasn't just blurred by fog or shadow. It was like a blank blur, a smudge where features should be. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a smooth, featureless surface. The edges were a little fuzzy, as if the face was melting or being erased. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks. When I looked back, the figure was gone. For a moment, I froze, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I wanted to scream or run, but I stayed put. I felt a strange coldness, like the air around me was thinner. I didn't sleep that night. I kept staring at the window, half expecting to see the figure return. Days passed, and the noises kept coming. The blank face stayed in my mind, haunting me even when I tried to think of other things. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong next door. Something I couldn't understand, but that felt deeply disturbing. Then one afternoon, I noticed something new. The mailbox next to the house was full of letters and packages that hadn't been picked up. The grass in the front yard was turning brown, the paint on the porch peeling even more. The house looked like it was slowly decaying from the outside in. One morning, I saw a moving van parked down the street. Men were unloading boxes, and I recognized a few neighbors watching with curious eyes. A woman called out that the new neighbor had moved out, suddenly, without any warning or explanation. No one knew where the person had gone. After they left, the house sat empty for a few days. The strange noises stopped. The whispers and scratching vanished like they were never there. The curtains stayed closed, but the windows no longer flickered with light. It looked lifeless, just an empty shell waiting for someone new. The only thing left behind was the dog. It stayed by the front steps, thin and scared, its eyes darting nervously at every noise. Eventually, one of the neighbors took it in. Sometimes when I walk past that house, I look up at the window where I saw that blank face one last time. The house feels heavy, like it's holding on to secrets it will never share. The way the paint peels and the grass dies makes me think it's a place that doesn't want to be disturbed. I never found out who lived there, what they were doing inside that house, or why the noises filled the night. But I know one thing for sure. Sometimes people don't want to be seen. Sometimes they hide behind walls and whispers, and when you do catch a glimpse, it's nothing like what you expect. That blank face, that silence behind closed curtains, it's a memory I can't forget. And I'm glad I never tried to open that door, because some mysteries are better left alone. Camping alone had always been something I wanted to try. I like the idea of being out in the woods with nothing but nature and myself. No noise from cars or people, just the sound of the wind through the trees and maybe some wildlife. So one weekend, I packed up my gear and drove out to a small forested area I'd found on a map. It was a little off the beaten path, not a popular campground, but it looked peaceful enough. I was confident I could handle a night out there by myself. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sun still warm but already sinking low. The dirt road I took was bumpy and narrow, lined with tall pines and oaks. I parked my car near a clearing I'd scouted earlier that day. The spot was perfect, a flat patch of ground surrounded by trees, with a small creek running just a few yards away. I set up my tent carefully, hammering the stakes in tight, then arranged my sleeping bag and gear inside. I made a small fire pit and gathered some dry wood. The smell of pine and earth filled the air. The forest was quiet, not completely silent, of course. There was the occasional rustle of leaves, the chirp of birds settling down for the night, the distant call of a crow or two. I liked this quiet. I felt a little thrill being out here on my own, but I wasn't scared yet. I built a small fire and sat near it, watching the flames flicker and listening to the soft crackle. I ate a simple dinner from my pack, some canned chili and crackers, and drank some water. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened fast. The woods turned dim, shadows stretching out between the trees. I turned on my flashlight and zipped in my jacket. The temperature dropped quickly once the sun was gone. I tried to enjoy the stillness, but felt my mind starting to wander, thinking about all the stories people tell about being alone in the woods at night. I told myself those were just stories, nothing to worry about. Around 10 p.m., I decided to do one last walk before bed. I grabbed my flashlight and headed down the path a little way. The beam of light moved over the trunks and bushes, and I could hear the creek babbling nearby. The cool air smelled damp and fresh. I wasn't far from camp, maybe 100 yards, when I suddenly heard it. It was faint at first, soft, almost like the wind blowing through the leaves. But then I realized it wasn't the wind. Someone was whispering my name. At first, I thought it might be my imagination. I paused and listened carefully, but there was again a soft, low whisper repeating my name over and over, barely louder than a breath. The sound seemed to be coming from just beyond the trees, a few yards into the dark forest. I stood frozen, my heart beating faster. I called out sharply, "Who's there?" but got no reply. The whispering didn't stop. Instead, it grew louder, clearer. My name, again and again, like someone just out of sight, moving closer through the trees. My skin prickled, and a cold sweat broke out on my neck. I wanted to believe it was some animal or the wind, but the voice was too distinct, too deliberate. I started walking back toward my campsite, trying to keep calm, telling myself it was probably some other camper playing a prank or someone lost in the woods. I shouted again, louder this time, "Hey, I'm alone here." Still no answer. The whispering followed me, always just beyond the edge of the light, coming from the shadows between the trees. My pace quickened. The whispers grew louder, and now I could almost feel someone moving behind me, pushing through the brush, branches snapping underfoot. My breath came faster, and I started to run. The forest around me felt alive, pressing in from all sides, the dark thick and heavy. I didn't dare look back. The thought of what might be chasing me was worse than any sight. The sound of my name, whispered again and again, chased me faster than I could run, until I burst through the trees and saw the faint glow of my car's taillights ahead. I sprinted toward it, my hands fumbling with the keys, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I got inside, locked the doors, and sat there shaking for a long time. The whispering stopped the moment I closed the door, as if it was tied to the open woods. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept the car running, the headlights on, and stared out into the black trees, waiting for dawn. The next morning, I packed up and left immediately. I didn't stop to explore or enjoy the forest anymore. The peaceful solitude I wanted had turned into something else, a raw fear I couldn't shake. After that night, I never camped alone again, and I never forgot how real and close that whispering felt, like someone was right there, watching me, calling me from the dark. I remember that night clearly, even though it was months ago now. It wasn't the kind of night that started out strange or scary, just a normal, quiet evening after a long day. I had been home alone because my partner was working a late shift, and I was just winding down, getting ready for bed. The house was quiet, the kind of silence that fills a place when no one's moving around, just stillness hanging heavy in the air. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth, the harsh white light overhead buzzing softly, the only noise besides the faint sound of water dripping from the faucet. I looked up into the mirror while rinsing my mouth, and something made me freeze. At first, it was just a vague feeling like a chill running down my spine. I glanced over my shoulder quickly, a little annoyed at myself for being jumpy, but there was nothing there. Just the empty hallway behind me, dim and dark because I hadn't turned on the bathroom light outside yet. Then my eyes caught it, or rather, caught something in the mirror. Behind me in the reflection, I saw a shadow. It was vague, like a silhouette, but definitely shaped like a person standing there. I blinked hard, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks or I was seeing a trick of the light. I turned around fast, heart thumping in my chest, but the hallway was empty. No one, nothing. I checked the bathroom again, hoping it was just a shadow cast by something, but there was nothing. No coat hanging, no broom, no person. The shadow in the mirror didn't disappear though. It stayed there, just standing still behind me. I stared into the mirror again, and the shadow stayed, but I could only see it in the reflection. When I looked directly behind me, it was gone. That night, I couldn't sleep well. My mind kept going back to the mirror, the shadow, how impossible it seemed, but how real it felt at the same time. I kept imagining it moving closer, watching me. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were filled with dark shapes and shifting figures I couldn't quite make out. The next morning, everything looked normal in the daylight. I went to the bathroom, shook off the bad feeling from the night, and went about brushing my teeth again. But when I looked up at the mirror, the shadow was there again. This time, it wasn't just standing quietly behind me. It was smiling. A slow, chilling smile. Not a friendly one, not natural, just a cold, eerie grin that spread across that dark face in the mirror. I didn't turn around immediately. Something about that smile held me frozen. It felt deliberate, like it was waiting for me to react. The smile didn't reach any eyes because there were none, just darkness where a face should have been. My heart pounded harder. It wasn't a reflection of me anymore. It was something else, something that was using the mirror to show itself. I turned slowly around, expecting to see someone, anyone, but again, no one was there. The hallway was still empty, the house still quiet. Nothing to explain the smile or the shadow. After that, I stayed out of the bathroom for a long time. I avoided looking in mirrors at all, even small ones in my bedroom or the ones in the hallway. The feeling that something was watching me, just out of sight, stayed with me all day. It was like the shadow had followed me out of the bathroom and was now somewhere in the house. Over the next few days, I became more alert to every sound and movement. I'd catch glimpses of shadows in corners of my vision or reflections in windows that didn't match anything behind me. The air in the house felt heavier, colder. My dog, usually calm, started acting nervous, growling softly at nothing I could see. It wasn't a feeling of ghosts or magic, just something wrong. I started thinking about what could cause this. Maybe my mind was tricking me after being alone so much. Maybe it was exhaustion or stress making me see things. But the smile, that was the thing I couldn't ignore. No normal stress makes you see a shadow smile in your mirror. I decided to check everything about the bathroom mirror. I wanted to see if it was damaged, warped, or somehow creating strange reflections. The mirror was old, but nothing unusual. Just a standard rectangular mirror mounted on the wall. I even cleaned it thoroughly, hoping that maybe some smudge or dirt was casting shapes. But no matter how clean it was, the shadow and the smile kept showing up in the reflection. One evening, I stayed late in the bathroom, watching the mirror closely. I wanted to catch the moment it appeared, to see if it changed or moved. The room was dark except for a small nightlight. For almost an hour, nothing happened. Then slowly, the shadow began to appear again, fading in a shape like smoke filling glass. It took form behind me, not in the room, but only in the mirror's reflection. Then the smile spread across its face. This time, it felt different, like it was trying to tell me something without words. I looked directly into the mirror and back at the empty room behind me again and again, trying to understand. I noticed something odd. The shadow's movements were linked to mine, but slightly delayed, as if the reflection was out of sync with reality. It moved when I moved, but not exactly at the same time, like a slow echo. It was then I realized the problem wasn't a shadow or a ghost. It was a trick in the mirror itself. Not supernatural, but something far more disturbing and real. The mirror wasn't just reflecting me. It was showing a distorted version of reality. My reflection was warped in a way that it created a dark shape behind me, a copy that could do things I didn't. I did some research on the mirror. It was a second-hand piece I had bought at a flea market years ago. Nothing about it said it was dangerous, but old mirrors can have strange properties. Sometimes the glass gets worn or scratched, creating illusions. But this was different. This was like a dark copy of me existed just inside the glass. Days passed, and I became obsessed with the mirror. I tried covering it with a cloth, but then I had bad dreams. Dreams where my reflection stepped out of the mirror and took over my life, leaving me trapped behind the glass. I'd wake up sweaty and panicked. Eventually, I had to face it. I took the mirror down from the bathroom wall one afternoon. It was heavy and awkward, the glass cold in my hands. I placed it face down on the floor in the garage, away from the house. For the first time in weeks, I felt some relief. But the next morning, when I went to get the mirror and bring it outside for disposal, I paused. I looked at the glass surface, still facing down. The smooth surface suddenly reflected a faint image of the garage behind me. And in that reflection, I saw the shadow standing again. It was still there, smiling. It was no longer just the bathroom mirror or my imagination. Somehow, that shadow had latched onto me through the mirror's reflection, and it wasn't going away. At that point, I had to accept something hard. The mirror wasn't just glass and wood. It was a doorway of sorts, not to ghosts or magic, but to a psychological trap that played with my mind. It reflected a part of me I couldn't control, a darker side that lived only in reflections and shadows. I decided to get rid of it completely. I wrapped it carefully in an old blanket and drove out to the river nearby. In the quiet of early morning, I threw the mirror into the deep water. It sank slowly out of sight, swallowed by the dark current. When I went back home, the house felt lighter. The shadow never appeared again in any mirror or window. My reflection looked normal once more, matching every move and smile exactly. It wasn't a ghost or a haunting. It was something more unsettling, a trick of the mind, a crack in perception that turned the simplest thing, a mirror, into a source of fear. The experience taught me how fragile our sense of reality can be, how easily our eyes can deceive us, and how sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters, but the parts of ourselves hidden just beneath the surface. Even now, I can't look at a mirror without a little pause, but I've learned to trust what I see and to keep the shadows where they belong, behind me, out of sight. I was home alone late at night. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the heater and the occasional creak of the old wooden floors settling. Outside, the wind was picking up, rattling the window panes and making the shadows of the trees dance across the walls. It was the kind of night that made the silence feel heavier, as if the dark was waiting for something. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself from the eerie feeling that had settled in my chest. The whole day had been normal: work, dinner, some TV, but now, as the clock passed midnight, I couldn't shake the unease. Suddenly, my phone rang. The screen showed no caller ID, just the words "unknown number." I hesitated for a moment, fingers hovering over the screen. Usually, I'd ignore calls like this, but something made me answer. I picked up. At first, nothing, just silence. Then, very faint, heavy breathing. It was slow and uneven, like someone struggling to control it or try not to make noise. I held the phone tighter, tried to listen, but there was no other sound. No voice, no movement, just that unsettling breathing. I hung up quickly and sat there, heart pounding. Maybe it was a prank call or someone messing around. Still, I felt my skin crawl. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was just some bored person. But the phone rang again. The screen was still blank, no caller ID. My hand shook a little as I answered. This time I whispered, "Who is this?" A voice, low and barely audible, came through the line. "I'm outside." I froze. The words were so quiet that I had to lean in closer to the phone just to make sure I heard correctly. My mind raced. My eyes darted toward the front window. I couldn't see anything, just the dark yard and the shifting shadows from the trees. My heart felt like it was about to jump out of my chest. I stood up slowly and moved toward the window. The street was deserted, and the yard was empty. The street lamp at the end of the block flickered, casting long, broken shadows. There was no one there, but the voice on the phone said otherwise. I locked the door again, double-checked every window and door in the house. I didn't have any weapons or anything to protect myself with, just my phone and a kitchen knife that was too small to really defend me. I called the police and waited on the line, but no one came right away. It was late, and they told me it might take some time. While waiting, I kept my eyes peeled on the windows. I could hear the wind outside, the leaves scraping against the siding. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move near the back door, but when I looked again, it was gone. The call stopped. After that second one, the phone never rang again. I sat there for hours, glued to the windows, unable to sleep. When morning came, I stepped outside carefully and looked around. No footprints in the yard, no signs that anyone had been there. But my gut told me I wasn't alone last night. From then on, I changed the locks, installed security cameras, and never stayed home alone after dark. That night stayed with me, not because of ghosts or monsters, but because someone had been out there, watching, waiting, and letting me know they could be there anytime they wanted. The silence of the house after that call was never the same again. The sun was already sinking low behind the trees when I started to feel it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound coming from behind me. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, the usual creaking of the forest settling in the early evening. But then I heard again, unmistakable this time, footsteps, soft, deliberate, and steady. I was hiking alone on a remote trail deep in the woods, far from any road or cell service, and the sound wasn't just some animal or the wind. It was something else. I paused and stood still, trying to convince myself it was just another hiker or a jogger who had been behind me on the trail all along. I listened hard, the forest around me alive with the sound of rustling leaves and birds settling for the night. The footsteps behind me stopped the moment I stopped. I held my breath, frozen, waiting to hear if they'd start up again. They didn't. After a minute or two, I figured it was just a coincidence or maybe a hiker who had changed direction or stopped somewhere off the trail. I began walking again, slow and steady, keeping my eyes glued to the path ahead. But a few steps in, the footsteps returned, matching my pace exactly, a steady, muffled thump, thump, thump behind me. When I stopped, they stopped. When I moved, they moved. It was the most unnerving thing I'd ever experienced in the woods. I told myself to stay calm. There could be a reason, a hunter, another hiker, someone just trying to keep the same pace, but invisible from the angle I was seeing. The trail was narrow, lined with thick bushes and trees, so maybe they were just out of sight. I decided to speed up. I started jogging, the crunch of leaves under my boots louder now, mixing with the steady sound of the footsteps behind me. They didn't falter or slow down. They matched my speed perfectly, right behind me, no matter how fast I moved. My heart started pounding hard, but I forced myself to keep going. I couldn't let panic take over. After a few hundred yards, I dared to glance back. The path curved slightly, and I could see through the thinning trees. But there was nothing there. No person, no animal, no movement at all. Just the usual shadows and the swaying branches in the wind. The footsteps didn't stop, though. I could still hear them, loud and clear, right behind me. I stopped dead in my tracks, chest heaving. The footsteps stopped too, silent again. I swallowed hard and looked back once more, scanning every inch of the trail. The woods were empty, nothing but trees and underbrush. That's when I noticed something else, something I hadn't paid attention to before. The forest was too quiet. Normally, at this time of day, the woods were full of noises, birds calling out their last songs before nightfall, squirrels rustling in the leaves, insects buzzing around the last light of the sun. But now, everything was unnaturally still. No birds, no bugs, no movement at all. I shivered, though the air was still warm. Something about that silence made the hairs on my neck stand up. I told myself it was time to get out. I couldn't stay here. The sun was almost gone, and I was alone. No cell signal. No one knew where I was. I turned around and started running, the footsteps following me like a shadow, glued to my heels. I sprinted, dodging branches and jumping over roots. My lungs burned, my legs screamed for relief, but I couldn't stop. Every time I stopped, the footsteps stopped. Every time I moved, they moved. After what felt like forever, I burst out of the dense trees onto a small dirt road I hadn't noticed on the map. The footsteps continued for a few more steps, and then stopped suddenly when I reached the edge of the road. I stopped and listened, my whole body trembling. Nothing. I looked behind me into the forest, but no one was there. I wanted to believe I'd escaped whatever was following me. But then I noticed the footprints. They weren't animal prints. They were human. And they weren't fresh. They were old, cracked and partially covered with leaves and dirt, like someone had walked through here long ago, maybe days before. I followed them with my eyes, back into the trees, where they faded away under thick moss and fallen branches. I stood there, heart still pounding, trying to piece together what I'd just experienced. The footsteps behind me, were they mine? The pace had matched mine so perfectly, it was like someone was stepping in my footprints. Maybe it was an echo of my own steps, amplified by the quiet forest floor. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks in the fading light. I looked down at my boots, then back toward the trail I had come from. The forest was still silent. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the last glimmers of orange and red through the trees. I took a deep breath and started walking toward my car, the dirt road stretching out before me. The footsteps never returned, but I never forgot the feeling of being followed by something I couldn't see. Something that moved exactly like me, but wasn't there. And sometimes, when I hike alone, I wonder if the woods remember my footsteps too. I was driving home late one night on a quiet country road. The kind of road where there's barely any light except for your headlights cutting through the thick dark. The trees on both sides were tall and dense, blocking out what little moonlight there was. It felt like the road went on forever, winding through the countryside, with no other cars or houses in sight for miles. The air was cool, and the windows were rolled down just a crack so I could hear the night sounds, crickets, the occasional rustle in the bushes, and the hum of the tires on the asphalt. It had been a long day, and all I wanted was to get home, put on some coffee, and finally relax. The road was empty, peaceful even, but something about that peace always makes you a little uneasy when you're alone at night. I was watching the road carefully, my eyes darting between the mirrors and the street ahead. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining things, just a shadow or a trick of the light. But there she was, standing by the side of the road, near a bend. A woman, just standing there with her thumb out, trying to hitch a ride. She looked tired and maybe a little cold, dressed in dark clothes that blended into the night. The only thing that stood out was her pale face, lit slightly by the passing car's headlights as I slowed down. I didn't have to think about it twice. I pulled over a little, enough so she could get in safely. She didn't say much, just slid into the passenger seat quietly. I noticed she smelled faintly like cigarette smoke mixed with something else, maybe rain on dirt or a faint scent of old perfume. Her hands were cold when she briefly touched the door handle. I glanced over, but she kept her eyes on the road ahead, expression blank. We started driving again. The silence between us was thick. It felt natural, though. Sometimes people just don't want to talk. I kept one hand on the steering wheel, the other resting on the door. The streetlights were far apart now, so the road was mostly lit by my headlights, the yellow glow fading into blackness at the edges. After a few minutes, I figured I should ask where she wanted to go. When I did, she answered simply, near the old cemetery. That struck me as strange. The old cemetery was just a few miles up ahead, a place most people avoided after dark because it was isolated and kind of eerie. I didn't say anything, just nodded and kept driving. The road to the cemetery was rougher, narrower. Trees leaned over the road, their branches scraping the roof of my car. The wind picked up and made a low moaning sound through the leaves. I noticed her hands now resting in her lap, fingers nervously tapping against each other. She didn't look at me or the window, just stared straight ahead. When we reached the turnoff to the cemetery, I slowed the car. There were no streetlights here, just the moon, barely visible behind a patch of clouds, casting a dim, gray light over the cracked pavement and overgrown grass. The gates to the cemetery were old iron bars, half rusted and hanging unevenly on their hinges. I glanced over to tell her we had arrived, but the seat was empty. No sound, no movement, just an empty seat and a cold breeze that slipped in through the cracked window. The door was still locked, and the car was warm from the heater. I looked around quickly, heart picking up its pace. There was no sign of her anywhere, not at the gate, not along the road. Just silence and the faint rustling of dry leaves in the wind. I checked my phone, hoping she might have texted or called. but there was no signal out here. I sat still for a moment, eyes scanning the dark edges of the road, but the trees were still, the night quiet except for the wind. The longer I sat there, the heavier the air felt. That's when I noticed the faint smell, the same faint perfume mixed with cigarette smoke that had been in the car. It was coming from the passenger seat, like she had just vanished in a thin air. I shivered and locked the doors again. I decided not to get out of the car. Something about the place felt wrong, like the silence was too deep, and the darkness held more than just shadows. I started driving again, slowly at first, then picking up speed. When I reached the main road, I looked in the rearview mirror one last time. The empty road stretched behind me, and the moon was peeking out from behind the clouds, but there was no sign of her. That night stayed with me. I told myself it was just someone who got cold and left the car when I wasn't looking, or maybe I was tired and imagining things. But there was no sign of her anywhere when I went back the next day. No footprints, no abandoned car. Just the old cemetery, quiet as ever, and a cold breeze that seemed to whisper when the wind blew through the trees. Sometimes, when I'm driving that road at night, I catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. A shadow, a movement that disappears before I can turn to see it. And every time, I think about that woman who got in my car and then vanished like she was never there at all.